Chapter 61, All our magnetic cards were robbed. The legacy is unveiled. At this moment, on the other side of the city, the Star God Society's troops also ended a nasty battle and finally obtained the magnetic card. The leading psyker also picked up the magnetic card. Looking at the mess around him, the psyker captain also let out a long sigh of relief. Tell the Pope that we have successfully recovered a magnetic card. Yes. One of the Star God Society members immediately reported the news to the Star God Society headquarters. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise, and the door of the church was broken through by a Titan mecha. The Ronin Titan phased and came directly in front of the psyker captain. Before the opponent could react, Ronin Titan slashed him with his sword. Boom. With a loud noise, the psyker captain didn't even have time to mobilize the psychic energy in his body, and 420 fell directly. When the psyker captain died, a pilot also jumped out of the Titan. He looked at the Star God Society psyker who was crushed in the ruins, and then took the magnetic card from his hand. Seeing this scene, many members of the Star God Society did not even have time to react. They only reacted when they saw the magnetic card was taken away. Damn it. These guys are here for the magnetic cards. We must not let him take away the magnetic card. If we let him take it away, all our efforts will be wasted. Who are you? Don't you know the consequences of going against our star gods? Quickly inform the Pope, where are these guys coming from? But before they could notify the Pope of the Star God Society, the Toughman also directly entered the position of Titan Minister. Afterwards, the Ronin Titan directly phase-shifted and disappeared into the church. Just when everyone thought the other party had escaped, several more Titans rushed in. But the grenade guns in the hands of these Titans already foreshadowed the consequences for these members of the Tan. Boom. 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 A series of explosions sounded, and the entire church was razed to the ground. The pilot who took the magnetic card immediately reported the situation to Chu Jiang. Report to Captain. The magnetic card has been recovered. Very good, now come to the coordinates I marked to meet. Receive. At this moment, in the headquarters of the Star God Society, as the leader of the Star God Society, the Pope is also sitting on the throne with his eyes closed and concentrating. At this moment, the Pope also opened his eyes. Why has it been so long and there is still no news from the front line? At this time, the two guards next to him also said very flatteringly, Your Holiness, please be patient and wait a moment. After all, those guys from the Mechanics have existed on this planet for thousands of years. They must have some trump cards that we don't know, and it will be a little troublesome to deal with them. But please rest assured, Lord Pope, victory will ultimately belong to our Star God Society. After hearing these words, the Pope also nodded with satisfaction. But at this moment, a member of the Star God Society hurried over. Seeing the other party being so panicked, the Pope couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart. Could it be that something went wrong with the plan? The guards on both sides also frowned. Why are you so worried? The Pope is in trouble. Our members of the Star God Society were attacked by an unknown force. The unknown force seems to be here for the magnetic cards as well. He took away all the magnetic cards we finally got. What? Someone actually dared to steal something from their Star God Association. The Pope was immediately furious. In order to fight for the magnetic card to enter the energy core area, he endured humiliation for decades. Now, it is difficult to achieve the goal. Unknown forces that came out of nowhere actually plundered all the fruits of his labor. How many magnetic cards did they steal? At this moment, the Pope tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He knows very well that he must stop his losses immediately, otherwise all his efforts will be in vain. Upon hearing this, the member of the Star God Society on the opposite side said tremblingly, all the magnetic cards have been taken away. Puff. At this moment, the Pope only felt as if there was a breath in his chest, and he would not be happy if he did not spit it out. But he calmed down quickly, took a deep breath, and then said coldly. Since the other party has obtained all the magnetic cards, he will definitely go to the energy core area. Pass my order and all the Scutarii will be dispatched. Call all the Guardians back, let's go to the entrance of the energy core area. I don't believe it. I won't be able to stop this shameless guy by then. At this moment, Chu Jiang is standing in a passage. In front of him, a metal door blocked the entire passage. Chu Jiang scanned the metal door, and then discovered that the metal door was made of stellar metal. Stellar metal, this powerful metal born in the sun, is strong enough to resist ship bombing without being damaged at all. At the same time, this metal door also has an alarm device inside. Once it is attacked by a huge external force, the alarm device will be triggered immediately. No wonder those people in the Star God Society would rather spend a lot of energy fighting for magnetic cards than think about storming the energy core area. Soon, many pilots also brought magnetic cards over. 10 magnetic cards correspond to the 10 grooves on the metal door. Chu Jiang also placed these magnetic cards in the grooves one by one. As the magnetic card activated the metal door, the door slowly opened, and heat waves spurted out from the crack in the door. At this moment, Chu Jiang opened the crystal compass again. I saw that the crystal compass no longer pointed downwards, which meant that I had reached the location of the legacy. Chu Jiang raised his wrist, and a layer of nanoscale armor also covered his body. After putting on the armor, Chu Jiang walked straight into the energy core area. Passing through a wide passage, Chu Jiang saw a bright light ahead. Running along the light, Chu Jiang walked out of the passage, and the scene in front of him was wide open. But at this time, he finally saw the legacy of the old human empire. 20 S-class Glory Queen-class battleships were moored in the dock below him. Around these Glory Queen-class battleships, a large number of mechanical priests are repairing these Glory Queen-class battleships. At this time, Chu Jiang also noticed that an energy transmission pipe was delivering energy to the Queen of Glory battleship. Where does this energy come from? Chu Jiang also looked towards the center along the energy transmission pipeline. When he saw the central building, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. The rumors are indeed true. Chapter 62, Powerful Emperor Gene Seed, the Star God Society's final counterattack. In the center of this huge underground dock, a huge circular building attracted Chu Jiang's attention. What attracted him was the item in the circular building, the Emperor's Gene Seed. I saw the Emperor's Gene Seed suspended in the air, exuding powerful energy to the surroundings all the time. This building extracts and transports the energy emitted by the Emperor's Gene Seeds to other places. The moment he saw the Emperor's Gene Seed, Chu Jiang understood. It turns out that the entire energy core area is where the Emperor's Gene Seeds are located. Looking at the dazzling Emperor Gene Seed in front of him, Chu Jiang couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed a legendary figure of the human race. Even if it is a gene seed, the energy it emits is as dazzling as the sun, and it is endless. Upon seeing this, Chu Jiang directly released the drone, approached the Emperor's Gene Seed, and scanned the data. When the drone approached the Emperor's Gene Seed, it also directly began to scan the Emperor's Gene Seed. Scanning target. Preliminary identification shows that the object is a high-energy item, and approaching it rashly may be life-threatening. Collecting energy 13 substances to build the Emperor Armor database. Captain, this item is a high-energy item. If you approach it easily, it may cause harm to your body. Please wait a moment while I build you armor that can withstand this item. Artificial Intelligence Friday also reminded Chu Jiang not to approach the Emperor's Gene Seeds rashly. The current Emperor's Gene Seeds are exuding extremely rich energy all the time. It is just like the sun. If you approach it rashly, your body will be easily harmed by the high concentration of energy substances. Chu Jiang also looked at the Emperor Gene Seed and thought to himself that it was indeed the Emperor Gene Seed. At this moment, a mechanical priest nearby also discovered Chu Jiang. Hey, guy over there, how did you get here? Isn't it time to change shifts yet? With that said, the mechanical priest also walked towards Chu Jiang. Fortunately, the mechanical priest on the opposite side didn't have much ill will towards Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang was wearing armor, and the mechanical priest opposite him also looked at him. Later, the Mechanicus priest also said with some curiosity, "Your armor does not look like the style of our Mechanicus. But you don't look like one of those bastards from the Star God Society." After all, the mechanic priest did not feel the spiritual energy exclusive to the Star God Society in Chu Jiang. Otherwise, the mechanical priest would have launched an attack the moment he discovered Chu Jiang. And Chu Jiang also spread his hands and answered truthfully. The magnetic card that entered here was snatched from the hands of the Star God Society. And my purpose here is very simple. I want to take away the Emperor's Gene Seeds and these Glory Queen-class battleships. Of course, if you stop me, I won't mind fighting with you. Chu Jiang did not hide his purpose at all, and at the same time he was prepared for the worst. If these mechanical priests of the Mechanicus wanted to stop him, then he would not mind getting rid of the two forces of the Star God Society and the Mechanicus at the same time. Unexpectedly, the mechanical priest opposite also looked solemn after listening to Chu Jiang's words. Did you snatch your magnetic card from the Star God Society? So, does the Star God Society have already taken action? Damn it, the real purpose of these guys is to gain control of the energy core area. With that said, the mechanical priest also summoned other mechanical priests, who gathered one after another to discuss how to deal with the Star God Society. Chu Jiang frowned slightly as he looked at the many mechanical priests. Aren't you going to organize me to seize the Emperor's gene seed? Upon hearing this, many mechanical priests also stopped their discussion and then looked at Chu Jiang. But the eyes they looked at Chu Jiang were full of smiles. One of the mechanical priests came out and explained to Chu Jiang. We, the Mechanicus, were actually the Emperor's former subordinates. After the Emperor disappeared, we were detained on this planet. And our purpose here is very simple, that is, to protect the Emperor's genetic seeds and find his successor according to the Emperor's will. In other words, as long as you want to get the Emperor's gene seed, then go and get it. If the Emperor's gene seed recognizes you, even these Glory Queen-class battleships will be yours. Hiss. It turns out that the biggest condition for obtaining the inheritance is to obtain the approval of the Emperor's gene seed. At this time, Chu Jiang released his right hand holding the crystal shard. He originally thought it would be a fierce battle, but he didn't expect that the conditions for obtaining the inheritance were so simple. What if the Emperor's gene seed doesn't recognize me? Deny. One of the mechanical priests smiled and said to Chu Jiang. Then you will be directly burned to ashes by the energy emitted by the Emperor's gene seeds. Moreover, if you cannot obtain the approval of the Emperor's gene seeds, those Glory Queen-class battleships will not be used by you at all. Each Glory Queen-class battleship has its own ship soul. If you don't obtain any, those ship souls will also not recognize you. Over the years, we have chosen many successors, but without exception, they were all burned to ashes. If you can obtain the approval of the Emperor's gene seed, it will relieve us of this constraint. As soon as these words came out, Chu Jiang finally understood. Why are these mechanical priests so relieved of themselves? For these mechanical priests, guarding these Glory Queen-class battleships and the Emperor's gene seeds is also a constraint. The Emperor's gene seed will choose its own successors, and what they do is send one successor after another to it. However, for so many years, the Emperor's gene seeds have not chosen their own successors. They can only maintain the Glory Queen-class battleship here year after year, and protect the Emperor's gene seeds. In that case, let me try it. After that, Chu Jiang flew straight towards the building where the Emperor's gene seed was located. The mechanical priests watched Chu Jiang leave without paying too much attention. Now, what they care about most are those guys from the Star God Society. If those guys from the Star God Society control the energy core area, then their mechanicum has completely lost control of the Rust Star. At this time, at the entrance of the passage, the Pope also came here with many members of the Star God Society. Chapter 63, Seduction on the Spot, Activating the Emperor's Armor. Damn. That guy's already in. Looking at the metal door that had been opened, the Pope of the Star God Society was also furious. He originally expected to get the magnetic card, but he was caught off guard by the Mechanicus. Then he took the opportunity to control the energy core area, but unexpectedly an unknown force came out halfway. His plan has been disrupted, and now those guys from the Mechanicus must have been more vigilant. And there was an unknown force in the middle, and all his original plans were disrupted. Now, all I can do is to use all my resources. Whether we can clear out the Mechanicus and that unknown force and completely control the entire Rust Star depends on this battle. Great Star God, please bless your followers. We will definitely occupy the entire star and offer this star as a sacrifice to you, the Supreme One. Please give us the power to clear away all alienation. The Pope of the Star God Society stood in front of the metal gate and prayed to the Star God very devoutly. At this time, a faint shadow also appeared behind the Pope of the Star God Society. The faces of the surrounding Star God Society members also changed when they saw this scene. It is rumored that the Pope can communicate with the Star God and thus obtain the powerful power given by the Star God. Originally, many Star God Society members still had a slightly skeptical attitude. But they didn't expect that today the Pope of the Star God Society would directly perform a wave of in situ seance for them. As the phantom of the Star God submerged into the Pope's body, powerful spiritual power also burst out from the Pope's body. Now, it's time to take back everything that belongs to us. The Pope waved his hand, and powerful spiritual power instantly filled the entire tunnel. Many members of the Star God Society also felt that the spiritual power in their bodies seemed to be mobilized. For a time, a large number of psychics also rushed towards the end of the tunnel. At this time, Chu Jiang, who was heading to the location of the Emperor's gene seeds, also received news from Pilot. Report Captain, the Star God Society's troops have arrived at the entrance. According to our preliminary observations, this time the Star Gods will have 10,000 psychic troops alone. At the same time, they also have a lot of mortal armed forces, and the follow-up troops are still entering the tunnel. Why? After hearing the pilot's report, Chu Jiang also narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he immediately issued the order. Tell the Mechanics the news and ask them to pay attention. Receive. Under Chu Jiang's order, an iron officer passed the news to the mechanical priests. When the mechanic priest heard about the size of the Star God Society's troops, he couldn't help but frown. 10,000 psyker troops. Even more armed forces. According to our preliminary estimates, at least 100,000 armed troops are entering the underground city now. 10,000 psyker troops, 100,000 mortal armed forces. None of the Mechanics priests expected that the Star Gods would have cultivated so many psyker training teams and mortal armed forces. Although their mechanicum has lived on this planet for a long time. But since the disappearance of the old human empire, their Mechanics rarely manufactures war weapons. Their armed forces are still inadequate compared with the Star God. At this time, Chu seemed to see the embarrassment of the mechanical priests. Everyone, if you are afraid that you can't beat the Star God, you can consider us. Our captain tells me that as long as you are willing to join our fleet after the war is over, we can help you return to the Star God Club. How is this transaction? The fleet joined by Chu Jiang. Many mechanical priests glanced at each other first, and then said to Taiyu, do you know who is the loyalty of our last time? It is the Emperor, and the Emperor of the glorious human empire day by hand. Although he is a human, he is not enough to reach the height of the Emperor. If we want to join his fleet, as long as he can get the recognition of the Emperor's gene seeds, we will join his fleet. After listening to the condition of the mechanical priest, Taiyu also transferred the original words to Chu Jiang. And Chu Jiang also smiled slightly, promised them. After this time of observation, he also fancied these mechanical priests. These mechanical priests can also be regarded as a technical talent. If these mechanical priests can be turned onto their ships, they will definitely greatly increase their fleet logistics. They asked Chu Jiang to agree. If he is recognized by the Emperor's gene seeds, he can get the loyalty of Emperor's gene seeds, Queen Rongguang battleship, and mechanical divine religion at the same time. Of course, if it fails, Chu Jiang will be burned by the Emperor's gene seeds. There is no need to consider any loyalty. After conveying his own order, Chu Jiang also walked straight into the building where the Emperor's gene seeds were located. When he just walked in, a hot sensation rushed over. Looking up the sky, the Emperor's gene seeds hung in the air like a round of scorching sun. Around it, a large amount of energy extraction instruments are also running continuously. It is precisely because of these energy extraction instruments that the energy of the Emperor's gene seeds will not continue to spread. Friday, what is the production of armor? Report Captain, Emperor's armor has been manufactured. But then, the artificial intelligence Friday also reminded Chu Jiang. Captain, the energy concentration of this high-energy object has exceeded the range I can detect. So the Emperor's armor may not be able to fully bear the power of it, and the captain can repeatedly consider it. Even the Emperor's armor, Zhao Hao, is only 90% of the chances of being able to withstand this power. 90%. Enough. After listening to these words, Chu Jiang also took the crystal fragments. How can there be no risk in interstellar navigation? The Emperor gene seeds in front of him. If you can get this Emperor's gene seeds, you can not only activate the spiritual energy and become a spiritual ability. Even you can get the 20S class Rongguang Queen class battleships, as well as the loyalty of the mechanical and divine religion. Compared with the successful rewards, this risk is also optional for Chu Jiang. Crystal fragments began to operate, and the Emperor armor was also transmitted to Chu Jiang through crystal fragments. After Chu Jiang changed to the Emperor armor, he also looked at the Emperor gene seeds above his head. In the next second, Chu Jiang rose into the air, and also flew straight towards the Emperor's gene seeds. Chapter 64, Maybe he really can. No, there's an ambush. The violent energy suddenly attacked Chu Jiang like a tide. Chu Jiang decisively activated the energy absorption function of the Emperor's armor. I saw a layer of light glowing on the Emperor's armor, and all the energy emitted by the surrounding Emperor's gene seeds was absorbed by the Emperor's armor. And these energies are transmitted to the Spear of Adun through the space crystal on the Emperor's armor. As a doomsday arc, the Spear of Adun requires an extremely huge amount of energy every day. This energy may be placed on an ordinary starship, and it can explode a starship in minutes. However, when placed on the Spear of Adun can easily absorb these energies. Immediately afterwards, Chu Jiang also began to gradually get closer to the Emperor's gene seed. The Emperor's gene seed seemed to sense someone approaching, so even more violent energy burst out from the Emperor's gene seed. For a time, the energy extraction device of the entire building was also activated. A large number of energy extraction devices began to operate overload, and the light emitted by the Emperor's gene seeds also illuminated the entire underground dock. The mechanical priests also noticed the abnormal movement of the Emperor's gene seeds, and looked at the Emperor's gene seeds one after another. What a terrifying energy! I didn't expect that after we extracted the energy for so long, the Emperor's gene seeds still have such terrifying energy. I don't know if that young man can hold on. If he can get the approval of the Emperor's gene seed, we will be completely free. Oh, he is just an ordinary blue star human, not even a psycher. It's hard for me to see him. This is not necessarily true. You have to know that the Emperor who founded the human empire was also born as a human. Some mechanical priests are very optimistic about Chu Jiang and hope that Chu Jiang can be recognized by the Emperor's gene seed. In this case, they can also get rid of this planet and go to the endless star sea. However, some mechanical priests are not optimistic about Chu Jiang. Throughout the ages, they have searched for countless successors. But there is only one result for these successors, that is, they cannot withstand the energy of the Emperor's gene seeds and turn into ashes. Therefore, they believed that Chu Jiang's fate was no better than those of his successors. At this time, an advance force also appeared at the entrance of the tunnel. The vanguard force of the Star God Society also came to this underground dock. When the vanguard troops saw the underground dock in front of them, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Oh my god, there is actually such a big space underground in the dungeon. This place is already close to the center of the earth. There is actually such a big dock under the dungeon. Good guy, these ships are actually S-class battleships, a total of 20. I knew that these heretics of the Mechanicus who have been operating in the Rust Star for so many years must have some unknown background. Report the information here to the Pope quickly. Many members of the Star God Society in the Vanguard Force also quickly turned on their communication equipment, preparing to report the situation here to the Pope of the Star God Society. But at this moment, several pilots released their invisibility devices and appeared like ghosts around the Star God Society members. Who? Those Star God Society members didn't even have time to react. The pilots took out a pistol and shot him to death directly. The movements are smooth, without any sloppiness. After killing all these Vanguard troops, these pilots also returned to the underground dock. These are just their Vanguard troops, and now they have probably received the news of the death of the Vanguard troops. I believe it won't be long before their main force will follow. We don't have much time, we must deploy our defense lines as soon as possible. Every pilot is an excellent warrior, and they are very analytical when commanding. The mechanical priests next to them also nodded. We basically stay in this underground dock all year round. So, we also set up a lot of mechanical traps here. Come with me, I'll tell you about the layout of these mechanical traps. As a result, the pilots and the mechanical priests also hit it off and began to set traps in the underground dock. At this time, the Star God Society troops on the other side also received news that the Vanguard force had been completely destroyed. All members of the Vanguard were killed, and they did not even collect any useful information. Seeing the news on the information panel that all the Vanguard troops were killed, the Pope was also furious. A bunch of trash, they can't even do something as simple as letting them scout the energy core area. At this time, 10 slaves wearing black robes also came to the Pope's side. This psychic in black robes is the Pope's left protector. At the same time, he is also the most powerful psyker in the Star God Society besides the Pope. Sir Pope, if all the vanguard troops were killed so easily, the other party must have been prepared to deal with us. My opinion is, before they have much time to take measures to deal with us, directly dispatch the main force to crush them. If we continue to send vanguard troops there, it is estimated that it will be difficult to obtain some useful information. Speaking of this, the Pope also felt that it was somewhat reliable. Therefore, the Pope also waved his hand and directly assigned 1,000 psychers as the vanguard. The large army followed closely behind, and the Star God Society's troops also pressed directly towards the underground dock. 1,000 psychers soon arrived at the exit, but when they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but be shocked. What a big dock! Unexpectedly, the next second, several turrets rose from the ground in the distance, and these turrets were directly aimed at the psyker troops at the exit. Boom. 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 The fort directly turns on the bombing mode. One of the psychics reacted quickly and directly mobilized his psychic power to open a psychic shield in front of him. The other psychers also reacted instantly. For a time, the tunnel exit was engulfed in flames. After the flames dissipated, only 300 of the 1,000 psychics were still standing unharmed. Most of the other psychers were killed or injured because they did not react. Damn it. There's an ambush. At this time, the forts were loaded again and aimed at the tunnel exit. Boom. 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 Another salvo of artillery fire. But at this moment, protectors will also step forward, and powerful spiritual power burst out. The cannonballs that were still advancing were now stagnant in the air under the control of Guardian's psychic power. Go. Guardians will waved his hand, and several cannonballs directly turned around and attacked the fort. Along with a series of bombing sounds, these forts were also blown up by the artillery fired by themselves. Chapter 65, Fanatics vs. Star God Society. What a total loss. Oh, do those rats of the Mechanicum only know how to make these ridiculous traps? As soon as the Guardian took action, all the forts were destroyed. This move instantly greatly boosted the morale of the Star God Association. Without the threat of the fort, many psyker troops of the Star God Society also entered the underground dock. Looking at the huge battleship in the dock, Guardians was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that there would be so many huge battleships in this energy core area. Looking at the quality of these battleships, they must be at least A-class battleships and above. If these battleships can be brought under the command of our Star God Guild, wouldn't our Star God Guild be able to expand into the endless star sea? At this time, there was a rustling sound coming from around. Hearing this voice, protectors immediately became alert. Boom. The next second, a huge roar sounded. What followed was the screams of many psychers from the Star God Society. Before Guardians could react, several strange figures appeared on the Glory Queen-class battleship. Guardians looked over and saw several mechanical spiders carrying a concentrated bomb. The moment it saw Guardians the mechanical spider sped directly towards him. At the same time, the bomb on it also exploded. Boom. 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 Several self-destructing spiders attacked Guardians at the same time, and Guardians had almost no time to react. In an instant, endless flames surrounded Guardians. However, when the flames dissipated, protectors stood there unharmed. At this moment, the camera hidden in the dark also passed this picture to the mechanical priests. It seems that this guy is the protector of the Star God Society. So many self-destructing spiders didn't kill him. If he was really so easily dealt with by us, he wouldn't be able to become the protector of the Star God Society. The guardian of the Star God Society is a powerful psyker second only to the Pope. How could he be killed by a mere bomb? We don't have psychics here. With these mechanical products alone, it's probably difficult to fight against the Star Gods. These mechanical priests also know very well that their machines may be able to catch those psychers off guard during a sneak attack. However, once they react completely, it will be difficult for these mechanical products to cause harm to them. But at this time, the pilot commander next to him said very calmly, "Are there psychers?" "We have them here too." What? We also have psyker troops here. Where? Where are our psyker troops? If there are psychic troops participating in the battle, then our shortcomings will be completely made up for. Unexpectedly, Captain Chu Jiang actually has a psyker unit under his command. I underestimated him at first. What are you waiting for? Our trap can't hold off those psyker troops for long. The pilot commander also smiled slightly and told the mechanical priests not to worry. He had already laid an ambush, waiting until these Star God Society troops stepped into the trap. Those psyker troops will naturally show up. And the psyker troops mentioned by Commander Pilot are naturally those fanatic troops. He has set up a crystal tower in a hidden place in the underground dock. After owning the crystal tower, those fanatics can jump to the underground dock at any time and become ministers. But this is not enough. He must bring all the troops of the Star God Society into the underground dock, and then activate the jump function of the crystal tower. By that time, it will be a real game of catching a turtle in a jar. Boom. Another explosion sounded, but this time there was no scream. These psyker troops have increased their vigilance, and the self-destructing spiders that rely on sneak attacks to self-destruct have lost their intended effect. Many psychers of the Star God Society opened psychic shields around themselves, and the self-destructing spiders could not get close at all. Damn it. These heretics have so many tricks. Any means is a piece of cake in front of our powerful psychic power. I wonder where those heretics are hiding now. Don't worry, when all our troops arrive, it will be their end. Without the trap set by the Mechanicus, many follow-up troops also entered the underground dock one after another. In the end, the Pope of the Star God Society also entered the underground dock. Is this the core energy area? I have worked hard for so many years, and finally I am here. The Pope of the Star God Society looked around, and finally his eyes fell on the Emperor's gene seeds. Is this the biggest secret of the entire Rust Star? No wonder Rusty Star has been able to maintain a high-intensity operation mode for so many years. It is precisely because of the supplement of the Emperor's gene seeds that the current Rust Star can transform from a barren planet to a prosperous planet now. At this moment, a voice sounded in the ears of the Pope of the Star God Society. Go and destroy that Emperor's gene seed for me. At any cost, it must not be allowed to continue to exist in this universe. When the Pope of the Star God Society heard this voice, he seemed to be half possessed. Then, the Pope of the Star God Society also waved his hand. Everyone listen to my order and destroy that gene seed immediately. That gene seed is an evil thing. If you continue to let it exist, it will only harm us. Whoever can destroy it at any cost, I will grant him the position of protector. As soon as these words came out, both the mortal troops of the Star God Society and the psychic troops became excited. The positions in the Star God Society are not just as simple as positions. The higher the position, the more powerful the psychic power you can obtain. Members of the Guardian-level Star God Society, their spiritual power is second only to the Pope. The dual temptation of power and power, for a moment everyone turned their attention to the Emperor's gene seed. Although I don't know why the Pope destroyed this gene seed. But the order has been issued, all they have to do is execute it. For a time, the purpose of the entire Star God Society members also changed. All the members of the Star God Society also want to surround the central building. Seeing the actions of these members of the Star God Society, the mechanical priests of the Mechanicus were also stunned. Damn it. What's wrong with this Pope of the Star God Society? Isn't his goal to control the entire energy core area? Why do you suddenly change your focus to gene seeds now? The pilot commander next to him also frowned, and he couldn't figure out why the Pope of the Star God Society suddenly changed his goal. However, there is no time for them to hesitate now. We can't let these guys get close to the energy tower in the center. The captain is still conducting trials inside. If these guys disturb the captain's trials, it will be troublesome. This Star God Society Pope doesn't play by the rules either. We can't wait any longer. Activate the crystal tower. For a time, the crystal towers hidden in every corner of the underground dock were also activated. With the activation of the crystal tower, the figure of the fanatic also appeared in the underground dock. The Pope of the Star God Society also noticed the energy fluctuations of the crystal tower. Everyone, be careful, I sense something is activated. Hearing these words, many Star God Society psychers were also a little disdainful. What other methods can these heretics of the Mechanicum use? Whether it's artillery or self-exploding spiders, such traps can't cause much harm to them now. They are powerful psychers. But at this moment, a fanatic appeared on the battleship, looking down at the many Star God Society psychers below him. And the psychers of the Star God Society also discovered the zealots. Who? Brush. Before the psycher on the other side could react, the fanatic rushed towards him with lightning speed. The psychic blades popped out from both arms. Facing the psychic shield opened by the psychic, the fanatic broke through it with one blow. The psychic shield shattered, and the tan psycher's eyes widened. How can it be? Their psychic shields can even block artillery attacks. But facing the attack of the fanatics, their psychic shield is as fragile as paper. Poof. Blood splattered as the zealot directly killed a Star God Society psycher. When the surrounding mortal armed forces saw this scene, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. However, they reacted quickly and immediately aimed their guns at the fanatics. Da-da-da. Bullets are fired, but the fanatic has a certain ability to predict the future. The movement trajectories of these bullets are clearly visible in the eyes of enthusiasts. The fanatic moved slightly, and several bullets passed by him. He dodged all the bullets with great ease, and then slashed out with one blow. The heads fell to the ground, and the mortal armed forces also fell on the spot. Damn it. What's going on with these monsters? Please give me flowers. They're psychers too. Help. What's going on? Our bullets can't hit these guys at all. Where did these monsters come from? For a moment, many psychers from the Star God Society panicked. The psychic power they are so proud of is simply vulnerable to real psychics like the zealots. Zealots' psychic powers are integrated into one, and their use of psychic powers is as natural as eating and drinking. The psychers of the Star God Society are just borrowing the psionic power of others. Just from the use of their spiritual power, the fanatics are enough to crush these members of the Star God Society. The screams kept rising and falling one after another. Guardian Zhuo was also surrounded by many fanatics. Who the hell are you? Facing Protector's inquiry, the fanatics had no desire to talk to him. Brush. One of the zealots attacked Zhuo Dharma Protector, and the other zealots followed closely behind. Looking at the battlefield, the fanatics were showing off their power, and many mechanical priests were also wide-eyed. These are the psycher troops you're talking about. Aren't they the fanatic troops of the Protoss? When did they defect to your command? Hiss. Captain Chu is really a magical human being. He can actually drive fanatics to fight for him. Many mechanical priests also recognized these fanatics as troops belonging to the Protoss tribe. But I don't know why they're fighting for Chu now. Their understanding of Chu Jiang has been refreshed again. This blue star human named Chu Jiang not only has a powerful and elite military force at his command. In addition, he can also drive Protoss fanatics to fight for him. What magical powers does he have? Can actually gather so many elites. At this time, some mechanical priests also quietly changed their minds. It might also be a good choice to hang out with a young man like Chu Jiang. And at this moment, the psycher troops of the Star God Society were retreating steadily under the constant pursuit of the fanatics. Moreover, the mortal armed forces suffered heavy losses. Seeing this scene, the Pope of the Star God Society was also a little panicked. Where did these psychers come from? Brush. At this moment, a cold light suddenly appeared. The next second, the right protector who had been hiding beside the Pope also revealed his figure. A special alloy long knife also blocked the attack of the fanatics. These fanatics have actually reached the Pope. When? The right protector deflected the sharp blade that attacked the Pope, and said with a solemn expression, "Your Majesty the Pope, these guys are too strong." Guardians couldn't hold on any longer and was killed by them. Our troops have also suffered heavy losses. Sir Pope, we should retreat. Retreat. The Pope of the Star God Society could not believe that the Star God Society under his command had an absolute advantage just a few minutes ago. But just by the appearance of those strange psychics, his troops were defeated like an avalanche. Could it be that the plan that I have been working on for several years has to stop here today? The right protector next to him struggled to repel the fanatics, and then came to the Pope's side. Your Majesty the Pope, we have no time to hesitate. If we don't retreat now, we won't even have a chance to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Protector Right suddenly felt an invisible force choking him to death. His eyes widened with disbelief. The person who attacked him was the Pope to whom he had always been loyal. At this moment, the mysterious shadow appeared behind the Pope again, and the Pope's eyes became extremely empty. I have already said that the Emperor's gene seed must be destroyed at all costs. The empire of mankind only needs to rise once. We can't give humans a chance to rise. The battle for ascension once was enough. At this moment, the Pope said some strange words. The Right Protector didn't know whether it was the Pope who was speaking now or the shadow behind him. He only felt that the spiritual energy in his body began to boil at this moment. My body felt like it was in a sea of fire. At this moment, the Pope's eyes were fixed on the Imperial gene seed, and a huge spiritual power burst out from his body. I didn't expect that after so many years, you remnants of humanity and the remnants of the stars would actually unite. Chapter 66, Ancient Psychic Creatures. The High Templar awakens. However, what has happened before will never happen again. Snapped. I saw the Pope holding a scepter and stabbing it into the ground. For a moment, huge spiritual energy burst out from the Pope's body. This huge psychic power even alerted the mechanical priests hiding in the dark. When the mechanical priests saw the Pope in front of them, they couldn't help but take a breath. Hiss! What a powerful psychic power. This is no longer a power that ordinary psychics can release. Such a powerful psychic power, I even doubt whether the Pope standing there is himself. This power is not something that the Pope of the Star God Society can unleash. That's right, if he really has such a powerful power, as of today, he would be able to crush us all with just this amazing psychic power. It was obvious that the person standing there now was no longer the former Pope of the Star God Society. The Pope's body is now occupied by an unknown psychic creature. The powerful psychic power possessed by this creature made them feel an indescribable sense of suffocation. Brush. Suddenly, the Right Protector's whole body burned with a layer of blue flames. The flames burned continuously, and in an instant, the entire body of the Right Protector was enveloped. When the flames dissipated, the original Right Protector had disappeared. Instead, there was a strange creature with a body of blue flames. At this moment, a fanatic also seized the opportunity and ejected the psychic blade from his arms and swung it directly towards the Right Protector. But the next second, the psychic blade passed directly through the body of the Right Protector. The Right Protector raised his hand, and then, a powerful psychic force acted on the fanatic's body, sending him flying away. The Pope waved his scepter, and the psychers who had died automatically began to burn at this moment. When the flames dissipated, those original psychics were all transformed into a large number of pure energy bodies composed of psychic power. Seeing the psyker in front of them transformed into this kind of energy creature, the mechanical priests couldn't help but take a breath. I am now certain that the Pope of the Star God Society is definitely a fake. Hearing this, Commander Tai also asked curiously. How do you know that the Pope of the Star God Society in front of you is fake? And many mechanical priests also said solemnly. First of all, the Pope of the Star God Society definitely does not have such powerful spiritual power. Moreover, the Pope of the Star God Society will not activate the psychic power in those church members and force them to burn their lives and turn them into psychic creatures. Now these Star God Society psychers have been ignited with the psychic power in their bodies. Once the psychic power is ignited and run away, they will turn into energy composed of psychic T********************************************* s. Things. Normally psychics will never use this method unless they are in danger of dying together. Now, these psychers of the Star God Society have all turned into psionic creatures. Psychic creatures have no entity and are completely constructed of energy bodies. They are very difficult to deal with. As expected, after all these psychics were burned and transformed into psychic creatures, it became very difficult for the fanatic troops to fight. After all, the bodies of these psychic creatures are built from psychic abilities. Their attacks hardly damage them. Even if you use psychic power, the damage caused to it is limited. But these psychic creatures are different. After transforming into psychic creatures, their control over psychic power has increased a lot. For a time, the psychic creatures and the fanatics were also in a stalemate. Upon seeing this, the mechanical priests also quickly said, "Should we retreat first? These psychic creatures are just a group of energy bodies, and sooner or later they will burn out. We are now confronting them head-on, and there will inevitably be casualties. It's better to retreat a little now and consume their vitality first. But as soon as these words came out, they were directly rejected by Commander Pilot. If they retreat now, those psychic creatures will definitely transfer their targets to the energy tower. Now that Chu Jiang is still inside, once they retreat, won't Chu Jiang be besieged by those psychic creatures? While everyone was still struggling, Commander Pilot also said, "It looks like we have to use our last trump card." The final trump card. After hearing these words, the mechanical priests who had originally planned to give up also set their sights on the pilot commander. Do they have other trump cards besides these Protoss fanatics? Then what are you waiting for? What other trump cards are there? Now is the time to use them. One of the mechanical priests also kept urging. The Iron Control Commander also immediately sent a distress signal to the Spear of Adun. Chu Jiang had reminded him before that it was best not to use your last trump card unless it was absolutely necessary. Only if you have enough trump cards can you have the capital to make a comeback in desperate moments of battle. Now, it's obviously time to use your trump card. The signal shot up into the sky, and the Spear of Adun also received the signal. Ding, receiving surface signals. Signal reception completed, third backup plan is being activated. Alternate plan activated, activating the hibernation cabin. The backup plan is activated, the signal has been sent. At this moment, in the Emperor's Church in the Spear of Adun, many battle nuns were praying to the Emperor's statue in front of them. At this moment, one of the battle sisters received a signal from the Spear of Adun. After seeing this signal, the battle sisters who were still praying also stood up. At first, Chu Jiang told them. When he needs the battle sisters to rush to the battlefield, he will send a signal to the battle sisters. And now, it is time for these battle nuns to rush to the battlefield to fight. Sisters, the captain needs our help. Now, it's time to put on our armor and crush those enemies. Yes. Many battle nuns also put on power armor and came to the transfer room of the Spear of Adun. The teleportation room can instantly jump them to the location of the crystal tower, allowing them to join the battlefield immediately. At this moment, in the underground dock, the fanatics were retreating steadily under the constant attacks of psychic creatures. The Pope also drove these psychic creatures to gradually approach the location of the energy tower. When the mechanical priests saw this scene, their hearts tightened. How long will it take for our support to arrive? Now these monsters have begun to approach the energy tower range. What should we do? Should we retreat first? Many mechanical priests couldn't help but feel nervous when they saw that the Protoss fanatics were at a disadvantage. But at this moment, the crystal tower gave off a dazzling light. Powerful space energy is also generated around the crystal tower. The Pope seemed to feel the activation of the crystal tower, and couldn't help but look at the location of one of the crystal towers. Suddenly, a tall and sacred figure rose into the sky. A powerful spiritual energy gathered around him, and endless spiritual energy surrounded his fingertips like lightning. Seeing this figure, the mechanical priests couldn't help but widen their eyes. This is the high-level Templar of the Protoss tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, a high-level Templar warrior condensed a psychic sphere with one hand. Whoosh! The next second, this psychic magic ball went straight towards the psychic creature and attacked. Boom! The psychic magic ball exploded directly, and the powerful psychic power rippled out like ripples. I saw those psychic powers hitting the body of the psychic creature, and the psychic creature composed of energy crystals exploded immediately. The high-level Templar directly used his own psychic energy to detonate the psychic power in the psychic creature. For these psychic creatures, high-level Templars who are proficient in psychic manipulation are simply their nemesis. Boom. 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 Several high-level Templar warriors also rose into the air. The psychic sphere containing psychic power struck those psychic creatures like a rainstorm. One after another, the psychic energy in their bodies was detonated, turning into a wisp of energy and dissipating into the air. Seeing this scene, many mechanical priests were also ecstatic. Unexpectedly, Captain Chu Jiang can not only control the Protoss fanatics, but also the high-level Templars. The high-level Templars' control over psychic energy is a natural nemesis against these psychic creatures. These psychic creatures are simply vulnerable to high-level Templar warriors in combat. Is this the trump card? Captain Chu Jiang said. Now, the Pope of the Star God Society will probably be dumbfounded. He did not hesitate to burn the spiritual energy of all the members of the Star God Society, and the psychic creatures he created are now simply vulnerable to high-level Templar warriors. The ability of high-level Templars to control and perceive psychic powers is not comparable to that of ordinary psychers. They only need to use their own psychic power to easily activate the subtle psychic power flowing in the air, thus creating psychic ripples. These high-level Templars should not be too relaxed when dealing with psychic creatures, which are completely composed of psychic power. Not long after, a large number of psychic creatures were detonated by high-level Templars. The air is filled with a large amount of psychic power, which is the psychic power that spreads in the air after the explosion of psychic creatures. The Pope of the Star God Society was also furious when he saw that the psychic creatures he had finally created were being eliminated one after another. Damn! You remnants of the stars, there are still so many of you here. The Pope of the Star God Society mobilized the psychic power in his body and attacked one of the high-level Templar warriors. But at this moment, a cold light suddenly appeared in front of the Pope of the Star God Society. When a power sword struck directly on his psychic shield. The battle nuns wielded power swords and slashed at the Pope's psychic shield. The powerful power swords exploded with astonishing destructive power. The Pope's psychic shield began to become transparent after several blows from the battle sisters. The Pope was besieged by several battle nuns. These battle nuns used power swords, overwhelming the Pope without any ability to fight back. Seeing this scene, many mechanical priests also opened their mouths. Is this a battle sister? The daughters of the Emperor, the battle nuns, how come they are also under Chu Jiang's command? Is Chu Jiang really the human chosen by the Emperor? Many mechanic priests watched as the battle sisters demonstrated their formidable fighting abilities. As a powerful psyker, the Pope of the Star God Society had no ability to fight back despite the siege of many battle sisters. The Pope opened his psychic shield, but it was nothing more than. It's just hard work. Except for the Pope, those psychic creatures have been almost eliminated at this moment. Many high-level Templars also used their own psychic spheres to clear away the remaining psychic creatures. Snapped. At this moment, the Pope's psychic shield was shattered. One of the battle nuns seized the opportunity and stabbed the Pope in the heart with one blow. The Pope let out a scream, and then powerful spiritual power burst out from his body. The powerful psychic power burst out, directly blowing many battle nuns away. The seriously wounded Pope stood there, his eyes filled with hatred for these battle nuns. Battle sister, High Templar, good, very good. I thought Terara and Al had been completely destroyed, but I didn't expect there were so many remnants left. But today, you will all die here. I will never allow humans and stars to rise again. As soon as he finished speaking, powerful spiritual energy burst out from his body. At this moment, the Pope's body also turned into ashes. When the dust fell to the ground, everyone looked at the empty and messy underground dock. Is this the end? At this moment, the energy tower behind everyone also made a strange movement. In the energy tower, Chu Jiang approached the Emperor's gene seed step by step. At this moment, the Emperor armor on his body is close to full capacity and may be scrapped at any time. Once the Emperor's armor is scrapped, the energy emitted by the Emperor's gene seeds is enough to burn it to ashes in an instant. But at this moment, he is the last step away from the Emperor's gene seed. At this moment, the Emperor's statue in the Emperor's church also glowed faintly. An invisible force also came directly to Chu Jiang. And Chu Jiang also grasped the Emperor's gene seed, and the Emperor's gene seed directly turned into a stream of energy and sank into Chu Jiang's body. At this moment, memories like a flood poured into Chu Jiang's mind. These memories are the memories of the Emperor's past. Now, Chu Jiang has obtained the Emperor's gene seed, and of course he has also obtained all the Emperor's memories. Previous Chapter 67, The Omniscient and Omnipotent Emperor. Rust Star vs. Psychic Star God. I don't know how long it took before Chu Jiang woke up from the chaos. At this time, he still felt that his mind was dizzy. He never expected that in addition to the Emperor's spiritual power, this Emperor's gene seed also contained all the memories of the Emperor's life. The memories that once belonged to the Emperor have now come to Chu Jiang's mind. Chu Jiang was not able to consume such a huge memory for a while. But now, he at least knows one thing. That's why the once glorious Star Spirit tribe was destroyed. Why did the human empire suddenly disappear during its most prosperous period? And all this, from beginning to end, there is an invisible big hand behind it. These masterminds all have a unified name, Star God. That's right. It is the God that the Star God Club believes in. The Star God really exists. Moreover, it was these Star Gods who single-handedly caused the fall of the entire human emperor and the Star Spirit clan. Chu Jiang took a deep breath, and his eyes became extremely deep. He knows too many things, and those Star Gods will not let him go easily. However, when Chu Jiang embarks on the journey of interstellar navigation, he is destined to have a confrontation with the Star God. Chu Jiang walked out of the energy tower, and at this time, many pilots were waiting at the door early. Looking at the mess in the underground dock, Chu Jiang also frowned slightly. Have the members of the Star God Society been eliminated? Chu Jiang looked around and also discovered the existence of high-level Templar warriors and battle nuns. After seeing Chu Jiang coming out, the two of them also came to Chu Jiang one after another. Report to Captain that all enemies have been killed according to your instructions. At the same time, we also successfully killed the enemy's leader. But what's strange is that the surrounding psychic powers still haven't collapsed. It seems that there are still people controlling these psychic powers. I can feel that there is an invisible force controlling these forces. The high-level Templars also noticed the abnormalities in these psychic powers. And Chu Jiang could also detect at this moment that there was a very strong spiritual power in the air. After receiving the Emperor's gene seed, Chu Jiang also transformed into a psyker. Although his spiritual power has just been awakened, he is not yet able to use it as flexibly as a high-level Templar. But now he can feel the spiritual power in the air. Feeling the spiritual power in the air, Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Perhaps our real enemy has not been solved yet. Ever since he learned about the existence of Star God, Chu Jiang knew it very well. There must be an inseparable connection between the Star God Society and the Star Gods. The Star God who once destroyed the human empire and the Star Spirit tribe would never be killed so easily. As expected, just when Chu Jiang was about to activate these Glory Queen-class battleships, the psychic power in the surrounding air also increased rapidly. At the same time, the entire Rust Star fell into chaos. The psychic who was walking on the street suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. The spiritual power in his body was also extracted, and then gathered towards the sky. The entire Rust Star can be seen, a large amount of spiritual power gathered into an entity, converging towards the sky like dots of starlight. What's going on? What are those things in the sky? You ask me, who am I asking? What about those who fell? Why do I have another ominous premonition? Look at the sky. With a passerby exclaiming, everyone looked to the sky. I saw a huge psychic creature in the sky appearing in the sea of stars outside the Taita star. Its size is extremely huge, even half of its body is as big as a Rust Star. When everyone saw such a huge creature appearing outside the Rust Star, everyone was filled with panic. At this time, Chu Jiang also brought everyone to the surface. When they saw all the psychic power gathered into a huge psychic creature, even the mechanical priests widened their eyes and couldn't believe the scene before their eyes. Those guys from the Star God Society are simply haunting. What should we do next? We in Rust Star do not have a convoy fleet. That's right, Rusty Star is located in the Sangui area, so we haven't established a guard team. Chu Jiang looked at the huge psychic creatures that gradually solidified in the sky. It seems that the Star God behind the Star God Association has already made a plan. Since the Emperor's gene seed cannot be destroyed, then destroy it together with the star where the Emperor's gene seed is located. But unfortunately, Wang's Chu Jiang also successfully inherited the seeds. After Chu Jiang inherited the Emperor's gene seed, he also learned that there was a huge murder weapon hidden in the core area of the Rust Star. This star was built by the Emperor together with the Adeptus Mechanicus. But when building this Rust Star, the Emperor also left a backup plan. This backhand is only known to a few mechanical priests at the core of the Mechanicus. And these mechanical priests gradually disappeared over the years. Now, the only person who knows the secret weapon of Rust Star is Chu Jiang. Mechanical priests, now you should fulfill your promise and be loyal to me. And the first task I give you now is to evacuate all the people into the underground city. It takes a certain amount of time for the psionic star god to gather his psionic power. While you're at it, just do as I say. After hearing Chu Jiang's words, many mechanical priests also looked at each other. At this time, they also remembered. They had said at the beginning that if Chu Jiang could successfully obtain the approval of the Emperor's gene seed, they are willing to be loyal to Chu Jiang. Now, Chu Jiang has obtained the Emperor's gene seed approval as agreed. Moreover, in the process of fighting against the Star God Society, many mechanical priests also saw Chu Jiang's strength. Chu Jiang not only has powerful human troops, but also has the allegiance of the Protoss. Even the former Emperor could not force the Protoss to serve him. Chu Jiang has shown his unlimited potential in the future. As long as he can overcome this difficulty, he will definitely shine in the entire Star Sea in the future. After thinking for a moment, one of the mechanical priests also immediately pointed out the center. We will definitely complete the mission, Captain Chu. Seeing this, the other mechanical priests expressed their opinions one after another. Seeing that the mechanical priests began to evacuate civilians, Chu Jiang also looked at the pilot troops. As for you, your goal is to reach the Spear of Adun. Before I am fully prepared, you are responsible for attracting the attention of the psychic star god. Receive. Both the pilots and the Protoss followed Chu Jiang's orders without hesitation. After the division of labor was clear, Chu Jiang also raised his arm. Nanoscale armor also covered his whole body in an instant. Afterwards, Chu Jiang also flew directly towards a certain place in his memory. When Chu Jiang came to a church of the Mechanicum, he couldn't help but sigh. Once upon a time, the Church of the Mechanicum, the first church established in the Rust Star, has now become so dilapidated. This Mechanicus is located in the suburbs, surrounded by desolation. And this church looks like it has been forgotten for a long time. When he opened a stone tablet in front of the church, Chu Jiang also chuckled. This monument was cast to commemorate the first Mechanicum church. Today, this church, the first church of the Mechanicum in history, has become dilapidated. Chu Jiang directly opened the door and walked in. In the center of the church, Chu Jiang found a control panel. After brushing off the dust on it, the password set by Emperor Huang clearly appeared in Chu Jiang's mind. Chu Jiang entered the password and the ground sank. Following the sinking ground, Chu Jiang came to an underground space. After sleeping for hundreds or even thousands of years, the entire underground space is still spotless. Rumble. The roar of machinery rang in his ears. Chu Jiang opened the door and came to the core area of this underground space. At the same time, it is also the core area of the entire Rust Star. That's right, this is the core control area of the entire Rust Star. The operation of the entire Rust Star's parts is controlled through this core control area. However, except for the original group of mechanical priests and the Emperor himself, no one in this core control room knew of its existence. And everyone, even the current mechanical priests, believe that the daily changes in the Rust Stars are an automatic law of the stars. But in fact, these are all because the Emperor initially set up a circulation system in the control system of the Rust Star. Every 12 hours, the circulatory system will start, and the entire Rust Star will begin to change. Now, everything is in the hands of Chu Jiang. Only he, who inherited the Emperor's memory, knew the existence of this control center. Only he can truly control the entire Rust Star now. Activating the star. System, please enter the administrator password. The password is entered correctly. Welcome to use the star system. With the input of the password, the entire Rust Star control panel also appeared in front of Chu Jiang. Looking at the unfamiliar and cumbersome control panel in front of him, it was obviously the first time that Chu Jiang saw it, but he could easily operate the control panel. Chu Jiang constantly called up the control authority of various areas of the Rust Star. As he gradually became familiar with the control system, he couldn't help but admire the former emperors and mechanical priests. They were actually able to create such a magical star. The Rust Star is not only a mechanical star, it is also a star-killing weapon set by the Emperor. Starting Star Destroyer mode. Please put in energy material to activate the Star Destroyer mode. Following the prompts from the control system, a groove also appeared in front of Chu Jiang. Obviously, he needs to store high-energy matter into this groove in order to activate the Star Destroyer system. However, the only high-energy material in the entire Rust Star is the Emperor's gene seed. Now, the Emperor's gene seed has been taken away by him. To activate the Star Destroyer mode, the energy required is also very large. With only 680 energy stored in the Rusty Star on weekdays, it is estimated that it will still be difficult to activate the Star Destroyer mode. After thinking for a moment, Chu Jiang also looked at his arm. He took off an armored bracelet from his arm. And this armor bracelet is the Emperor armor used by Chu Jiang. Now in the Emperor's armor. It also stores a large amount of energy emitted by the Emperor's gene seed. I wonder if this energy can activate Star Destroyer mode. Now, we can only treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Putting the bracelet armor into the groove, Chu Jiang also started the Star Destroying mode again. Star Destroyer mode started successfully. Charging. 0%, 5%, 10%. As charging started, Chu Jiang also began to mobilize the entire mechanical star. At this moment, on the streets of the mechanical city, many mechanical priests are also evacuating people into the underground city. You must know that once the psychic star god launches an attack, the first to suffer will be the buildings on the surface. Just like they hide in a dungeon, with the upper mechanical city blocking them, they can also avoid a certain amount of damage. However, the biggest problem now is that there are only a few elevators leading to the underground city. In order to isolate the connection between the mechanical city and the underground city, the Star God Society also cut off most of the passages. Now, most of the people gathered in front of the passage, waiting for the elevator to transport them back and forth. But this efficiency is too slow. At this time, the ground shook, and the ground cracked from the middle, and a passage appeared in front of everyone. This passage leads directly to the underground city. After everyone saw it, they felt happy, as if they saw the hope of survival. There is a passage here, everyone, get down quickly. Watching the crowd gradually reaching the underground city, many mechanical priests also looked at each other. Why did the ground suddenly crack? It was clearly not 12 o'clock yet, but the terrain of the mechanical city changed, as if someone was guiding them among the layers. Chu Jiang, who was sitting in the control room, also operated with both hands. Under his control, the entire mechanical city began to change. A large number of important buildings have sunk into the ground. The ground of the entire mechanical city also rose, and all the ground combined to form a huge sky dome, blocking the surface of the entire planet. Under the control of Chu Jiang, the Star Destroyer cannon gradually revealed its secrets. The huge muzzle now condenses a huge amount of energy. When the psychic star gods in the Sea of Stars saw the cannon muzzle displayed by the rusty star, they secretly screamed that something was wrong. Ding, charging completed. The Star Destroyer cannon can be activated at any time. Chapter 68, Destroy the Star God with one shot. Colossus and the Shark Legion. At this moment, the entire Rust Star is like a huge machine that is constantly changing its shape. Under Chu Jiang's control, the entire mechanical city's residents were transferred to the underground city. The mechanical city was controlled by Chu Jiang and assembled into a huge planetary shield. Planet fleet. Are you kidding me? The Rust Star does not need the protection of the fleet at all, it is a super killer weapon in itself. The violent energy is continuously transported to the core area along the energy pipeline inside the Rust Star. A huge amount of energy is also gathered in the core center. Once this power breaks out, it is enough to destroy an entire planet. At this moment, the psychic star god also absorbed all the psychic power, and his body transformed into a physical state. Since I can't destroy the Emperor's gene seed, then I will destroy the entire star. After saying that, the psychic star god swung his fist towards the iron star in front of him. But at this moment, a purifying beam struck directly at the psychic star god. The Spear of Adun appears in the vast starry sky and activates the purification beam to attack the psychic star god. The purifying beam fell on the fist of the psychic star god and immediately shattered the fist of the psychic star god. A huge psychic power then collapsed. Immediately afterwards, the Moon-class cruisers and the Glory Queen-class battleships also appeared in the vast star void. All the starships were firing on all cylinders. Facing this huge psychic star god, they showed no fear at all. Rumble. A large amount of artillery fire fell on the huge body of the psychic star god, and countless psychic powers collapsed. Seeing this, the psychic star god also raised his broken arm. The scattered psychic power around them began to gather again under the guidance of the psychic star god. In just a few breaths, the arm that was originally shattered by the purification beam returned to its original state. And the psychic star god has set his sights on many starships. When he saw the Spear of Adun and the Glory Queen-class battleship, a surge of anger arose from the bottom of his heart. The psychic star god grabbed the asteroids scattered around and wrapped his psychic energy in their shell. The next second, countless asteroids wrapped with psychic power attacked directly towards the Spear of Adun and the Glory Queen-class battleship like meteors. But the moment these asteroids came into contact with the Spear of Adun, they were directly smashed into pieces by the powerful energy shield of the Spear of Adun. Another batch of asteroids, after touching the Glory Queen-class battleship, were directly transferred to the subspace by the void shield on its surface. The psychic star god's attack did not cause any damage to Chu Jiang's fleet. "You damn ants, you are just like a ghost." Seeing that the Spear of Adun and other starships were unscathed, the psychic star god was also helpless and furious. At this time, the rusty stars in front of us also burst out with a burst of dazzling light. Chu Jiang, who was sitting in the control room, looked at the huge psychic star god on the screen and smiled lightly. "It's over." Boom. Accompanied by a burst of dazzling brilliance, a powerful energy beam directly penetrated the body of the Jiangning star god. Immediately afterwards, a series of dense cracks appeared on the body of the psychic star god. The moment cracks covered its body, the psychic star god exploded directly. Countless psychic powers merged with the energy of the Star Destroyer cannon of the Rust Star. A huge energy shock wave swept across the entire ancient galaxy in an instant. I don't know how long it took before all the energy returned to the sea of thousands of stars. The psychic star god also did not condense his body again and appeared in everyone's field of vision. Seeing this scene, Chu Jiang also breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Jiang continued to recall the Emperor's memory and couldn't help but sigh. These star gods are really everywhere, and they are taking great pains to prevent the human empire from rising again. The Star God Society is definitely not the first organization they control, nor is it the last. In the Emperor's memory, Chu Jiang also learned. These star gods are the supreme beings that exist in this universe. They absorb the energy of the entire universe and turn this energy into their own authority. At the beginning, the Star Spirit Tribe and the human empire discovered the existence of these star gods. In order to preserve his supreme status, the star god also attacked the Star Spirit Tribe and the human empire. The Zerg I encountered now was a sharp weapon created by one of the star gods. The Star Spirit Tribe was destroyed by the star gods under the attack of the Zerg tribe. Chu Jiang looked at the ceiling, where he saw the insect star god and the psychic star god. He had already met two star gods. After this incident is over, other star gods will definitely notice his existence. Now, he not only controls the Star Spirit Tribe's Doomsday Arc, he even obtained the Emperor's gene seed. The two powerful forces that once almost overthrew the rule of the star gods are now all concentrated on him. Chu Jiang can already imagine what attitude those star gods will have towards him. However, what makes Chu Fan strange is that in the memory of the Emperor's gene seeds, there is no news of the collapse of the human empire. The Emperor only announced the dissolution of the human empire at a certain time and dispersed the various forces of the human empire to all corners of the universe. Just like the Mechanics, they obtained the Rust Star as their own planetary territory. If Chu Jiang hadn't arrived, they would have probably been destroyed by the Star God Guild controlled by the Psychic Star God. The outer space is a space independent of the universe. In this space, several star gods are suspended in the outer space. At this moment, one of the star gods also opened his eyes. This star god is the Psychic Star God who represents psychic authority. When the Psychic Star God opened his eyes, the Life Star God who represented life also opened his eyes. Psychic Star God, what can make you so angry? As star gods and creators of the universe, we should maintain a calm and peaceful mentality at all times. If you are so irritable, how can you control the peace of all living beings in the universe fairly and impartially? The Life Star God also exhorted the Psionic Star God with serious words. The Psychic Star God glanced at him and sneered. If you hear what I say next, I'm afraid you won't be calm. The Life Star God smiled disdainfully. Are you kidding me? He is the manager of the universe, controlling the fate of hundreds of millions of creatures. Even the Zerg race is just a life created by it. Is there anything else that can surprise him, the Star God? I just discovered the existence of the Emperor's gene seeds in the Rust Star. What? Emperor gene seed? For a moment, all the star gods opened their eyes. They can't forget that there was once a human named Emperor who almost led his legions into outer space. Every time I think about that scene, it feels like a nightmare. Even now, when many star gods mention the human being called Emperor, they can't help but tremble slightly in their hearts. If the Emperor hadn't taken the initiative to disband the human empire, they really didn't know what kind of price they would have to pay to eliminate this human monster. They even tried to recruit the Emperor to become a star god, but the Emperor simply did not give them any chance. Now that the Emperor's gene seeds have appeared, all the star gods are naturally extremely nervous. They don't want a second Emperor to appear. Psychic star god, are you sure what you saw is the Emperor's gene seed? I knew that the human Emperor would never give up so easily. He actually left the gene seed behind. Where's that gene seed? Didn't you destroy it? One Emperor is enough. If another Emperor comes, we might as well run away. Several star gods began to discuss. The life star god also looked solemn. You know, when the psychic star god came back just now, his expression was not very good. Failed. The Emperor actually transformed the entire star into a star-killing weapon. My psychic clone can't withstand the bombardment of star destroyer weapons. Now the Emperor's gene seed has been obtained by a human. What? Not only was the Emperor's gene seed not destroyed, but it was also obtained by a human. For a moment, some of the timid star gods were also trembling. Doesn't this indicate that the second Emperor is about to be born? You know, the whereabouts of the first Emperor are still unknown, and now the second human has obtained the Emperor's gene seed. But then, the psychic star god brought another even more important news. That human not only obtained the Emperor's gene seed, but he also obtained the Protoss Doomsday Ark. I saw with my own eyes that he used the Crystal Tower to summon high-level Templars. At the same time, he also gained the allegiance of the Battle Sisters and the Mechanics. I guess we will face a very difficult enemy next. As soon as these words came out, the entire outer space fell into a dead silence. This human being not only obtained the Emperor's gene seed, but also obtained the Protoss Doomsday Ark. How can it be? They may not know about the Emperor's gene seed. But when the 3 Doomsday Arks of the Star Spirit tribe were destroyed by them, how could there still be any remnants? For a moment, all the star gods looked at the Life Star God. Life Star God, did you really let your Zerg troops destroy the 3 Doomsday Arks of the Protoss Spirit tribe? Faced with everyone's doubts, the Life Star God was also furious. What do you mean? Do you think I didn't do this well in the first place? Are you kidding? In order to capture the Star Spirit Mother planet Ire, I sent tens of billions of Zerg troops. After one battle, I even reclaimed the surface of AL's planet. How could I make a mistake? Many star gods looked at each other, and at this time they also realized the seriousness of the problem. If they weren't too powerful and couldn't reduce their dimensions to enter a universe, they would have taken action decisively now. At this time, the psychic star god also had a very solemn expression. We can no longer sit back and wait for death. If we continue to let this human being grow, sooner or later he will be able to overthrow our world. Don't you have any forces you can control? Although we cannot descend to a universe, we can affect the operation of a universe. Don't you have any reliable chess pieces at your disposal? At this time, one of the star gods slowly spoke. I do have a more suitable chess piece. I can let my chess pieces go to Holy Terra. Since that human has inherited the Emperor's gene seed, then you will definitely go to Holy Terra. At that time, I only need to stay with him in Holy Terra. Holy Terra, this star was originally the capital of the old human empire. But since the Emperor disbanded the empire, Holy Terra also activated the planetary defense system. The outside world cannot enter the current Holy Terra, and the creatures inside cannot come out. This situation has been going on for hundreds of years, and gradually, the Een family has forgotten this star. Now that the Emperor's gene seeds have reappeared, these star gods have once again noticed this forgotten star. On the other side of the Rust star, Chu Jiang restored the Rust star to its original appearance. Manos, when he opened the groove where the Emperor's armor bracelet was previously stored, the energy in the Emperor's armor had been drained out. Fortunately, there is energy in the bracelet, otherwise it would only rely on the energy stored in the Rust star. Even if it is forcibly activated, the entire Tayata star will definitely be paralyzed for a period of time. Ding, Rusty Star signed in successfully. Ding, congratulations on your successful sign-in and getting the design of the Protoss Colossus. Ding, congratulations on your successful sign-in and obtaining the Space Marine Shark Legion. At this moment, the sound of the system also sounded. Chu Jiang has stayed in Rust Star for so long and successfully completed the sign-in. The sign-in reward this time is actually the Protoss Colossus and the Man-Eating Shark Legion. The Protoss Colossus is a powerful ground unit of the Protoss tribe. Not to mention the Man-Eating Shark Legion, as one of the legions of Space Marines, their combat effectiveness is even more indestructible. Now, our ground troops are very powerful. To deal with ordinary enemy ground units, Thunder Warriors and Man-Eating Shark Legion are enough to crush all enemies. Even if you encounter some difficult enemies, such as Protoss Colossi and high-level Templars, these powerful Protoss units can burn the enemies into an army of ashes. Chu Jiang feels that his wings are full now. As for the fleet, I own the Spear of Adun, the Doomsday Ark and Mobile Arsenal. In addition, there are 20 S-Class Glory Queen-class battleships and 20 A-Class Moon-class cruisers. Together, these starships are enough to compete with hundreds of fleet-organized superships. Team. The air units include Phoenix Fighters and Viking Fighters, and the ground units include Thunder Warriors and Pilot Titans. Not to mention psionic units, Battle Sisters, and High Templars are enough to kill those psychers on the spot. It's time to head to Holy Terra. Chapter 69, Forgotten Holy Terra, besieged by two great emperors. Captain, everything is ready. As the Battle of the Rusty Star came to an end, many mechanical priests of the Mechanicus followed their previous agreements. From now on, they are no longer the guardians of the Rust Star, but the ship technicians of the Chu Jiang fleet. Perhaps these mechanical priests are not too outstanding in combat. But when it comes to work like repairing ships, no one is more familiar with it than them. Of course, before leaving, these mechanical priests also selected a group of managers so that they could better operate the Rust Star after they left the Rust Star. These selected managers were basically devout believers of the Mechanicus. The girl who Chu Jiang helped once was also among the managers. After everything was settled, Chu Jiang also mobilized the fleet and left Rust Star. Next, he has only one goal. That's the journey to Holy Terra. In the Emperor's memory, Holy Terra is now protected by the planetary defense system. Today's Holy Terra has been completely sealed off from the outside world. Only the Emperor himself or Chu Jiang, who possesses the Emperor's gene seed, can unlock Holy Terra's planetary defense system and enter the interior of Holy Terra. Chu Jiang opened the planet panel and also set the coordinates of Holy Terra. Coordinates have been set. Starting space jump. The space engine started, and the Spear of Adun turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the ancient galaxy. The Moon-class cruiser and the Glory Queen-class battleship also followed closely behind. I don't know how long it took, but the Spear of Adun system also sounded again. Arrived at the target location. The space engine enters cooling state. Whoosh! The figure of the Spear of Adun instantly appeared in this strange galaxy. Subsequently, many starships also appeared one after another around the Spear of Adun. Looking at this strange yet familiar galaxy in front of me, I couldn't help but sigh. This is the galaxy where Holy Terra resides. Turning on the galaxy radar, Chu Jiang can see it clearly. In the entire galaxy, except for one star, there is only one planet. And this planet is the legendary former capital of the human empire, Holy Terra. 387 Chu Jiang activated the Spear of Adun and flew towards Holy Terra. Not long after, they also arrived near the orbit of Holy Terra. I saw that the Holy Terra in front of me was surrounded by a transparent planetary protective barrier. Seeing this planetary protective barrier, Chu Jiang couldn't help but sigh at how powerful the Holy Terra was in the past. The planetary protection barrier it possesses, even after so many years, can still ensure that Holy Terra is not harmed by any external attacks. Chu Jiang continued to approach Holy Terra, and at this moment, his Adunkai Spear communication device also received a signal from Kaixing Terra. This is the capital of the human empire, Holy Terra. Sorry, we are not open to the public now. If you are just passing by here, please leave quickly. The artificial intelligence of the planetary defense system also advises any ship approaching Holy Terra. If these ships remain stubborn and want to forcefully attack the planetary defense system of Holy Terra, then, Holy Terra's planetary defense system will tell these ships. The reason why Holy Terra can stand here depends not only on the barrier effect of the planetary defense system. At this time, Chu Jiang also directly sent a series of special signals to the artificial intelligence of the planetary defense system. After the planetary defense system received this special signal, a system panel also appeared on Chu Jiang's Spear of Adun screen. Special command signal detected. Please enter the default password. Looking at the panel on the screen in front of him, Chu Jiang also directly entered the password set in the Emperor's memory. After the preset password is entered, the artificial intelligence of the planetary defense system confirms it again and again. Finally, it identified Chu Jiang. Identity confirmation. Welcome home, My Majesty. Hearing the last sentence, Chu Jiang couldn't help but sigh. I am not the Emperor. The barrier of the planetary defense system was unlocked, and Chu Jiang also led the fleet to follow the guidance of artificial intelligence and prepare to land on the starport on the surface of Holy Terra. Soon, many starships landed on the starports on the surface one after another. Chu Jiang walked out of the Spear of Adun and looked around. The huge starport was completely silent at the moment, with not even a single spacecraft moored. The area outside the starport is even more silent, and there are not even birds in the huge city. Since the Emperor disbanded the Empire, the residents of Holy Terra have basically left Holy Terra and gone their separate ways. Walking on the streets of Holy Terra, Chu Jiang also looked at the desolate scene around him and couldn't help feeling worried. This was once the most prosperous place in the human empire, but now the streets are deserted, and weeds have even grown in some places. Chu Jiang didn't understand why the original emperor would rather disband the huge human empire than confront the star god. With the forces under the emperor's command at the time, even if they were to confront the star god, they would have a slight chance of winning. However, this is no longer something Chu Jiang should consider. The most critical thing for him now is to restart the entire Holy Terra. His eyes were set on the hub of the entire Holy Terra, the Emperor's Hall. The Emperor's Hall is the administrative hub building of the entire Holy Terra. The former Emperor transformed this place into an administrative center. The Emperor could control the entire situation of Holy Terra just from the Emperor's Hall. Therefore, if Chu Jiang wants to reactivate this dead city, he must go to the administrative center. Immediately afterwards, Chu Jiang also led many troops towards the Emperor Daqing. When he arrived at the Emperor's Hall, looking at the magnificent hall in front of him, Chu Jiang just took one look and walked out directly. Entering the Emperor's Hall, you will see a variety of rooms. Each room corresponds to the management rights of an area. Densely packed, the entire Emperor's Hall is hundreds of stories high, with hundreds of rooms on each floor. Only the Emperor, who was a psycher at the time, could clearly divide the management of so many areas. Arriving at the core area on the top floor, a huge throne came into view. Chu Jiang was also unceremonious and sat directly on the throne. When Chu Jiang sat on the throne, a large number of control panels also appeared in front of them. The entire throne is the core device that controls the entire Holy Terra. Chu Jiang began to activate the entire Holy Terra one by one according to the control method in his memory. Ding, the Holy Terra Industrial Zone has been activated. Ding, the Holy Terra Starport area has been activated. Ding, the Sacred Terra Military Zone has been activated. Ding, the Holy Terra Near-Earth Defense System has been activated. For a time, the entire Holy Terra started to operate like a long-dusted machine. Originally, Holy Terra was always on standby in order to save energy. Now, Holy Terra has been reactivated, slowly reviving like a sleeping beast. At this time, Chu Jiang also immediately received a message from the Sacred Terra orbiting satellite. Warning, a large starship has been detected approaching Holy Terra. After receiving the warning, Chu Jiang couldn't help but frown slightly. Good guy. I have just taken over Holy Terra, and I haven't even warmed the butt of the throne. The enemy is chasing you now. Chu Jiang also immediately activated the space satellite of Holy Terra. When Chu Jiang saw the fleet logo in the image, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Because the logo of one of the fleets is very familiar to me. That is the symbol of the Virgil fleet of the Wild Hunt Emperor Wu Miao. The identity of the other fleet is even more complicated. His identity is the Liuyang Emperor, Long Yen, among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. 2 great emperors, one comes from the warlike nation Virgil. The other one is from the flame race with the most violent personality in Shanghai. These 2 guys actually joined forces, and they headed straight towards Holy Terra. It was obvious that their target was Holy Terra. It seems that they have been planning this for a long time. As soon as Chu Jiang arrived at Holy Terra, their two fleets followed closely behind. It was obvious that Chu Jiang had been targeted by them from the beginning. But Chu Jiang didn't care. What made him feel ridiculous was that these guys didn't surround him before he entered Holy Terra. Instead, he chose to come out to surround Chu Jiang after activating Holy Terra. Obviously, the two of them are also very interested in this star, which was once the capital of the old human empire. But they made one mistake, that is, they should not let Chu Jiang activate Holy Terra and come back. As the capital of the former human empire, Holy Terra's surface defense system alone has reached an extremely terrifying level. Chu Jiang opened a control panel and directly started the planetary defense system. Starting planetary defense system. With the activation of the planetary defense system, a transparent film also appeared on the surface of Holy Terra's planet. Among the two fleets speeding towards Holy Terra, the Wild Hunt Emperor Wu Miao was sitting in the flagship with a gloomy expression. The crew members around him did not dare to show any signs of neglect, for fear of being angered by their own emperor. In the communication channel opposite Wild Hunt Emperor Wu Miao, there was a flame man with a body made of flames, and the flames on his face also formed a slightly mocking expression. Wu Miao, are you excited to see your enemy soon? Upon hearing this, Wu Miao narrowed her eyes slightly and held the guard of the seat tightly with both hands. The seat made of alloy, in Wu Miao's rage, was actually forced to make a handprint. Wu Miao didn't know how the news of his defeat by Chu Jiang reached the ears of the Flame Earth Dragon Yan. Then Long Yan got the news from nowhere that Chu Jiang was in Holy Terra. Under the instigation of Long Yan, but also under the influence of Wu Miao's pride, Wu Miao actually agreed to temporarily join forces with Long Yan to deal with Chu Jiang at the same time. Humph. I am enough to deal with that blue star human. If you follow me here, do you think you can't believe in my strength? Faced with Long Yan's taunt, Wu Miao responded directly. Long Yan, on the other hand, looked calm. He had been ordered to hunt Chu Jiang. The flame race where Long Yan belongs was created by one of the star gods. So, Long Yan also obeyed that star god's words. He originally had no interest in this human being named Chu Jiang, until the star god issued an oracle, telling him to kill Chu Jiang at all costs. Because of this, Long Yan came here. The human named Chu Jiang is no longer the blue star human you knew back then. Now he has not only obtained the Emperor's inheritance, but also obtained the allegiance of the Star Spirit clan. It only takes a few months for him to reach such a level. If he is allowed to grow any longer, I'm afraid we will all become his stepping stones. In this battle, we agreed in advance that Chu Jiang will belong to you, but if Holy Terra is defeated, it will belong to me. After hearing the last sentence, Wu Miao just snorted and did not answer directly. Long Yan did not continue to ask questions. Now his primary purpose was to complete the task assigned to him by Lord Star God. This human being, Chu Jiang, must die. For a time, the two fleets also arrived near Holy Terra. After seeing the planetary defense shield of Holy Terra, Long Yan and Wu Miao looked at each other. It seems that we are already a step too late. Chu Jiang has already entered Holy Terra and has mastered Holy Terra's planetary defense system. Looking at the planetary defense shield in front of him, Long Yan couldn't help but frown. He originally wanted to use Chu Jiang's power to unlock the planetary defense system of Holy Terra. Then, before Chu Jiang has mastered the Holy Terra, he will kill him and take the Holy Terra into his bag. However, he never expected that Chu Jiang would move so quickly. After Chu Jiang entered Holy Terra, he directly took control of the planetary defense system with the help of the Emperor's memory. Looking at the planetary defense system in front of him, Wu Miao sneered. It's just a broken cover, let me blow it to pieces with my hunter. After hearing these words, Long Yan did not speak. You know, Wu Miao's flagship hunting is a Star Destroyer battleship. Once the main gun is fully charged, its power is enough to destroy an entire planet. Now, I just don't know whether the planetary defense shield of Holy Terra in front of me can withstand the Star Destroyer bombing of the Yumio flagship. Chapter 70, How dare you trick me? We simply lost miserably. Boom. Accompanied by a dazzling light, it lit up in the starry sky. Yumio's flagship, the Wild Hunt, activated its main cannon and directly bombarded Holy Terra's planetary defense shield. Powerful energy waves rippled directly on the surface of Holy Terra's planetary shield. If such a terrifying energy beam fell on the surface of a star, it would be enough to destroy all life on the entire planet in a short time. But the light dissipated, and something unexpected happened. I saw that the planetary defense shield was still standing there intact, facing such a terrifying star destroyer attack. The planetary shield of Holy Terra in front of us is not damaged at all. Now, let alone Wu Miao, even Long Yen felt incredible. What's the situation? This is too outrageous. What the hell is this? The charged blow of my flagship's main gun didn't even destroy the planetary shield. No wonder no one has thought about Holy Terra for so many years. At this time, Wu Miao also said to Long Yen, I remember that your main gun also has the power of destroying stars. If one gun doesn't work, then use two guns. I can't even break through the planetary shield of this planet with two attacks from the star-killing weapon. After hearing this, Long Yen could only bite the bullet and use the main gun to carry out a star-killing attack. You know, if a ship wants to launch a star-killing attack, it needs to consume a huge amount of energy. Moreover, after carrying out a star destroyer attack, the ship's weapons will also fall into a cooling state. Unless absolutely necessary, Long Yen rarely uses star-killing weapons. But now, they have to use star-killing weapons. If they can't break through this planetary shield, they won't be able to airdrop their troops at all. As a result, it will be very difficult to kill Chu Jiang, let alone capture the sacred Tai Lai. Therefore, Long Yen also decisively opened the restrictions on annihilation star weapons. His flagship was also shimmering with light, and violent flame energy was also concentrated on the flagship's main gun. It ended with a long period of energy accumulation. Boom. A flame beam struck directly at the planetary shield. In an instant, the flame beam transformed into endless fire, covering the entire planet in the blink of an eye. The endless flames are burning. Without the protection of the planetary shield, it is estimated that the entire Holy Terra will be submerged in flames. However, when the flames dissipated, Long Yen and Wu Miao's expressions became very ugly. What the hell? Two bombardments of star-killing weapons were unable to break through the planetary shield. At this moment, they couldn't help but be shocked by the power of Holy Terra. Today I have gained some knowledge. It was once the capital of the human empire, and the defensive power of the planetary shield alone is so terrifying. Then what should we do next? Do we have to watch the human Chu Jiang hiding in this turtle shell? What else can we do? At this point, we can only bite the bullet. All ships listen to the order and attack the planetary shield immediately. After hearing the order, many ships began to turn around. A large number of artillery aimed at the planetary shield. Rumble. A series of fire lights lit up in the starry sky. A large number of artillery pieces fell on the planetary shield like a heavy rain. However, compared to the attacks of destroyer star weapons, the attacks of these artillery are just scratching the itch of the planetary shield. It seems like these guys are determined to kill me. Chu Jiang, who was sitting on the emperor's throne, looked at the images sent back by the satellite and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Facing the siege of the two great emperors, Chu Jiang did not panic at all. You know, the place where he is now is the capital of the old human empire, Holy Terra. As the capital of a powerful empire, basically every defense project on Holy Terra has the emperor's participation. And because of this, Holy Terra has extremely strong defense power. The two Star Destroyer cannon bombardments did not break the planetary shield. The most terrifying thing is that the planetary shield can repair itself. As long as the energy reserves of Holy Terra are sufficient, in theory, the planetary shield will basically not be broken immediately as long as it is not attacked by star-breaking weapons. Chu Jiang had to admire the emperor for relying on the powerful planetary defense function of Holy Terra, even if he did nothing. It will take at least a month for the two emperors' fleets to break through the planetary shield. Seeing more and more attacks falling on the planetary shield, Chu Jiang also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He does not plan to hide forever. He controls the system of the planetary shield and minimizes the energy distribution of the planetary shield. Warning: the planetary shield energy has reached the warning level. If there is no more energy replenishment, the planetary shield will automatically close. This is what Chu Jiang wants. Now, the two fleets have no more use of star-killing weapons. Once the planetary shield disappears, they will definitely drop ground troops and launch an invasion of Holy Terra. When it comes to ground combat, that is Chu Jiang's advantage. Chu Jiang now has various powerful ground forces such as high-level Templar warriors, Thunder warriors, and man-eating Shark Legion. If they airdropped ground troops, they would have fallen into Chu Jiang's trap. At this moment, the planetary shield in the sky slowly disappeared. The two fleets that were bombarding the planetary shield thought that their attacks had worked after seeing the planetary shield disappear. Long Yen was even more overjoyed. He thought it would take at least some time for them to break through the planetary shield. But unexpectedly, not long after, the planetary shield disappeared. Wu Miao was also very happy when she saw this scene. I thought this planetary shield was really indestructible, but it turns out it's just the end of a powerful crossbow. What should we do next? Should we first carry out a wave of ground bombing to consume the opponent's vitality? Bombing. We have consumed a lot of ammunition, and Holy Terra's air defense system is not a vegetarian. Drop ground troops directly. All our ground troops add up to a total of 100,000 people. 100,000 ground troops still can't take down one Holy Terra. After hearing this, Long Yen also agreed. Holy Terra's air defense system is still functioning, and they continue to conduct ground bombings, which is just a waste of their ammunition. Rather than continue to consume the opponent, it is better to throw the ground troops down now. In this way, even if the air defense system bombs the airdrop pod, most of their soldiers can land on the ground. Once they destroy the air defense system, wouldn't it be easier to conduct orbital bombing? But at this time, Wu Miao couldn't wait any longer. Last time, I didn't bring too many Virgil warriors, so that boy Chu Jiang took advantage of me. This time, I brought 100,000 warriors from the Virgil tribe, and everyone is an elite. I don't believe that these 100,000 troops can't take down this guy Chu Jiang. Prepare for airborne landing. Following Wu Miao's order, many landing ships also flew towards the surface of Holy Terra. At the same time, Long Yen also dispatched 50,000 flame troops. The population of their flame race is relatively sparse, but with their unique body structure, the 50,000 flame race troops are definitely more powerful than Yu Miao's Virgil troops. These flames don't even need drop pods for airborne landings. They turned themselves into cannonballs one after another, and were then fired directly by the ship's artillery. A large number of firemen attacked the ground of Holy Terra like meteors. At this time, the airdrop of Virgil's troops also followed closely. A large number of landing ships were also loaded with soldiers from the Virgil tribe, and they attacked the surface of Holy Terra. For a time, the sky of Holy Terra was covered with flames and airdrop pods. It is obviously daytime, but there is a grand scene of stars at night. Seeing many troops airborne one after another, Chu Jiang also sneered. I really think that the air defense system of my Holy Terra is a vegetarian. Air defense system activated. For a time, a large number of anti-aircraft guns stretched out from the ground. The moment the anti-aircraft guns were activated, they quickly locked onto the airborne troops in the sky. Rumble. Almost instantly, the anti-aircraft guns fired at the same time. A large number of artillery pieces directly filled the sky of Holy Terra. One of the pyromen was hit by a cannonball and disappeared into fireworks in the sky. One of the airdrop compartments was hit, and the Virgils inside were engulfed in flames before they could even touch the ground. A large number of anti-aircraft guns vented their anger one after another, and the airdrop pods were shot down one after another. Please give me flowers. In just a short period of time, the airborne troops of both sides lost 10,000 people. Seeing that the number of people continued to soar, Wu Miao suddenly became very ugly. They thought that Holy Terra's air defense system would be very difficult, but they never imagined that this air defense system would be so abnormal. Before they landed, the number of people killed by the air defense system had already reached 20,000. Damn it. Holy Terra's air defense system is too fierce. Who knew the air defense system in this place was so powerful? If I had known earlier, I might as well have used decoy bombs to consume the ammunition of the anti-aircraft guns. It's too late for you to regret it now. You can only bite the bullet and continue airborne. I didn't expect that this Holy Terra would be so troublesome. This protective measure is many times stronger than my territory. Under the attack of a large number of anti-aircraft artillery, many space forces also suffered heavy losses. But fortunately, the number of their troops was large enough. Even if a lot of them were destroyed by anti-aircraft artillery, most of the ground troops could land on the ground. I saw several flame men crawling out of the deep pit. The first thing they did after landing was to touch the direction of the anti-aircraft artillery. These anti-aircraft artillery are still releasing artillery fire at this moment. As long as this anti-aircraft artillery is still operating, their subsequent airborne troops will continue to suffer casualties. Therefore, the top priority is to destroy all these anti-aircraft artillery systems. Several Flameman warriors also gathered together and quickly ran towards the anti-aircraft artillery. But just as they were about to approach the anti-aircraft artillery, there was a roar of engines overhead. Everyone, your journey ends here. I saw Polaris Titan suspended in the air, its flight core fully opened, and a large number of missiles spurting out from the launcher behind him. Rumble. Along with a series of explosions, the endless flames instantly swallowed up those flame warriors. Although these flame men are immune to the burning of fire, after being hit by a missile, the powerful explosion shock wave is enough to blow them into pieces. At this moment, other Titans also joined the battlefield one after another. Faced with these Titan mechas with powerful firepower, many ordinary soldiers in the airborne troops were unable to withstand the powerful firepower of the Titans. Seeing this scene, Wu Miao couldn't help but said angrily, "Damn it! This is an ambush." Chu Jiang had expected that we would destroy the anti-aircraft artillery, so he set up an ambush in advance. "What are you afraid of? It's just some mechas. We also have such things as mechas. Let those landing ships get closer to the surface and airdrop all the heavy firepower mechas in the cabins." Upon hearing this order, the crew members driving the landing ship were also dumbfounded. "Go down now." Now on the surface of Holy Terra, there are a large number of anti-aircraft artillery waiting for them. Based on the current situation, they probably won't have time to airdrop heavy firepower mechas, and those anti-aircraft artillery can turn them into scrap metal in minutes. "Emperor, do we really want to land? There are a large number of anti-aircraft artillery on the ground aiming at us. If we descend rashly, won't we be beaten into pieces?" Facing the crew's doubts, Wild Hunt Emperor Wu Miao also said coldly, "You land now, while those anti-aircraft artillery are still dealing with the airborne troops, there is still a glimmer of hope. But if you continue to stay here now, I don't mind directly using the Starship's orbital gun to shoot you down and send you down." After hearing these words, many crew members operating the landing ship also bit the bullet and began to descend. As expected, after the landing ships landed within the range of the anti-aircraft guns, the anti-aircraft guns also aimed their muzzles at these large landing ships. A large amount of artillery fire was transferred to the landing ship. Fortunately, the landing ship's armor was strong enough. Many landing ships also landed on the surface, but some unlucky landing ships were destroyed by anti-aircraft artillery before they could land. Seeing many landing ships landing on the surface, Chu Jiang sat on the throne and chuckled. Everything is going according to Chu Jiang's plan. Wild Hunt Emperor Wu Miao and Liang Emperor Long Yan are walking into his trap step by step. Now it's time to close the net. I saw Chu Jiang press a button, and the Spear of Adun in the starport was activated again. Colossus has been activated. 5. Previous chapter 71, these pilots are so inferior. It's time to get the Space Marines on board. In the starry sky forge of the Spear of Adun, the Protoss Colossi were activated one after another. These war machines possess extremely powerful destructive power. For those ground troops, the existence of these Protoss Colossi is enough to cause a devastating blow to them. Colossus has been activated. Selecting jump location. At this moment, in the chaotic ground battlefield, many Flameman warriors and Virgil warriors have not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. As the landing ship joined the battlefield, a large number of ground troops and heavy firepower mechas also landed on the ground of Holy Terra. I saw that both sides of these heavy firepower mechas were equipped with heavy Gatling machine guns. Densely packed ammunition continuously attacks the Polar Star Titan in the sky. The pilot sitting in the Polaris Titan relied on his superb flying skills to dodge the bullets of the opponent's heavy firepower mecha. But it is obvious that the weapons of these heavy firepower mechas are not just Gatling guns. Some heavy fire mechas have a row of missile launchers sticking out from the back. Accompanied by a series of flame jet sounds, the missiles quickly attacked those Titan mechas. Although the Titan mechas are powerful, the opponent's ground troops and heavy firepower mechas far outnumber them. Even if the pilot has the superb skills to drive the Titan, he is still a little overwhelmed at the moment. Seeing those Titan mechas retreating steadily, Hui Miao also laughed. Okay. Very good. Hit me hard. Try to beat all the mechas under Chu Jiang into scrap metal for me. Other ground troops should not be stunned. 280, take advantage of the moment and destroy the anti-aircraft artillery immediately. Many ground troops who received the order also acted quickly. The heavy firepower mecha of the Virgil clan, equipped with Gatling guns and tornado missiles and other historical systems. At the same time, the mecha's defensive armor is also made of ship materials. Just standing there is like a fortress, indestructible. Seeing the heavy firepower mecha of the Virgil tribe showing off its power, Long Yan also smiled. It seems that I can't hide my secrets anymore. Notice down, all Golden Crow fighter planes will be dispatched and immediately go to support the ground battlefield. Receive. Following Long Yan's order, numerous red Golden Crow fighter planes also turned into streams of light and attacked the ground battlefield. The Golden Crow fighter plane of the Flame Man race came to the ground battlefield and quickly launched a large number of flame missiles. These flame missiles fell to the ground and burned into flames instantly. Boom. One of the fire missiles landed next to a Titan. As the flames spurted out, the endless flames instantly swallowed up the Titan. But fortunately, this Titan has an energy shield, so it won't be destroyed by a missile. However, the addition of the Golden Crow fighter jets also indicates that their control over the sky and the ground is being gradually eroded by the enemy. At this moment, many Tetsuri also received orders from Chu Jiang. Notify all pilots to evacuate the battlefield immediately. You have done a good job, but others need to take over the next battlefield. Evacuate the battlefield. Although many pilots watched the ground troops continue to approach the anti-aircraft artillery. No matter how much they want to continue participating in the war, in such an environment, it is difficult for their Titans to play any role. Brothers, we should trust the captain's decision. Now, there is only one thing we have to do, and that is to follow the order. Many pilots also obeyed the order and quickly evacuated the central battlefield. Seeing the pilot driving the Titan away from the battlefield, Long Yan and Wu Miao also showed proud smiles. Haha, I thought Chu Jiang had some secret tricks, but now it seems like nothing more than that. It is simply wishful thinking to repel us with just these broken mechas. Now we have complete control of the sky and the ground. Now, we only need to destroy the air defense system, and our large forces can reach the ground faster. At this moment, in the eyes of the two great emperors, the war situation is doomed. The Golden Crow fighter planes under Long Yan have already gained air superiority. And the heavy firepower mechas under Wu Miao also have the advantage on the ground. Even the pilots have begun to withdraw from the battlefield. What else can resist their footsteps now? A large number of flame warriors and Virgil warriors, under the cover of heavy fire mechas, also approached the anti-aircraft artillery. But at this moment, a series of space-jumping energy ripples appeared around the anti-aircraft artillery. The next second, a colossus of a star spirit descended on the ground. Seeing the sudden appearance of this star spirit colossus, many Flame Man warriors and Virgil warriors couldn't help but change their expressions. One of the flame warriors looked at the huge Protoss colossus in front of him and tried to condense the flames. A firebomb fell directly on the Protoss colossus. Boom. Flames exploded on the Protoss colossus. And this move seemed to trigger the mechanism of the Star Spirit colossus. The Protoss colossus began to move, and the thermal line guns on both sides were aimed at the Pyro warriors who had just attacked it. G. The thermal energy ray gun directly fired a high-heat plasma beam and landed on the Flame Man. In an instant, the Flame Man was directly engulfed by the high-heat plasma beam. He didn't even utter a scream, he just screamed in the same place. Seeing this scene, the Virgil soldier next to him reacted. Even the flame people who are immune to fire can't withstand the attack of high-heat plasma beams. If they touch these high-heat plasma beams, wouldn't they evaporate on the spot? Run away. This sound of running away directly awakened the other flame warriors and Virgil warriors. Suddenly, people around were in chaos. But it was obvious that the Protoss colossus had no intention of letting them go. The high-heat plasma beam began to move. No matter how fast those Virgil warriors ran, they could not move as fast as the high-heat plasma beam. In an instant, a Virgil warrior was overtaken by a high-heat plasma beam. The terrifying high temperature and the armor on his body were burned into molten iron. Seeing such terrifying power, the fear in everyone's hearts was ignited again. At this time, a Virgil warrior controlled a heavy fire mecha and came to the Protoss Colossus. Looking at the Star Spirit Colossus in front of him, the Virgil warrior sneered. "It's just another iron lump with a new look. Watch me use the Gatling gun of the armor to beat this guy into scrap metal." After that, the Virgil warrior directly activated the Gatling machine guns on both sides of the heavy fire armor. A large number of bullets also hit the Star Spirit Colossus like a heavy rain. But it was completely different from what he expected. These bullets landed on the energy shield of the Protoss Colossus without even causing a ripple. Seeing this scene, Warrior Virgil also refused to give up. Directly released the wind missiles. A large number of missiles also hit the Star Spirit Colossus, and the flames after the explosion directly wrapped the upper body of the Star Spirit Colossus. Warrior Virgil looked nervously at the flames spreading in front of him, and his heart was pounding. Can these missiles really cause damage to the Protoss Colossus in front of us? The answer is obvious, no. The thermal energy ray gun directly burst out a high-heat plasma beam, which fell on the heavy fire war. The proud armor of the heavy fire armor, under the attack of the high-heat plasma beam, quickly melts into molten iron like butter on a hot knife. Seeing that even their own heavy fire armor could not withstand the attack of the Protoss Colossus, those Virgil warriors were even more horrified. At this time, the Star Spirit Colossus began to move, and its long limbs drove the body of the Colossus and began to run towards the center of the battlefield. Before the many heavy fire armors in the center of the battlefield could react, they saw only a beam of light falling from the sky. The next second, their heavy fire armor was split into two halves. As soon as the Star Spirit Colossus appeared, it showed its strong fighting power. The surrounding heavy fire armor still wanted to resist, but their weapons and ammunition fell on the Protoss Colossus, and were all blocked by the outer energy shield of the Protoss Colossus. Their attacks have no effect on the Protoss Colossus. But on the contrary, these Protoss giants fired high-temperature plasma beams and easily split apart more than a dozen heavy fire armors. Seeing the appearance of these giant statues of stars, the smile on Wu Miao's face froze. What the hell is this? The armor of my heavy fire armor is made of ship materials, and that monster's attack actually melted the armor. No wonder Chu Jiang's mecha troops have evacuated. It turns out the real secret weapon is here. The attack power of this monster is too powerful. How shall we deal with these monsters next? It doesn't matter, I still have Golden Crow fighters here. No matter how powerful those guys are, they can't attack my Golden Crow fighters. With that said, Long Yen also gave orders to his air troops. After receiving the order, many Golden Crow fighter jets quickly began to attack the Protoss Colossus in front of them. A large number of flame missiles fell around the Protoss Colossus. There was a rumbling explosion, mixed with the spurting of flames. For a moment, the ground around the Star Spirit Colossus instantly turned into a sea of fire. Chu Jiang, who was sitting on the throne, also saw this scene. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, as if he was mocking the two emperors for overestimating their capabilities. In that case, let me show you my air force. Viking fighter jets attack. Phoenix fighter starts. Following Chu Jiang's order, two air forces composed of different fighter planes also soared into the sky. Then, the Viking fighter jets and Phoenix fighter jets rushed towards the center of the battlefield at the same time. Not long after, the Phoenix fighter jet arrived at the center of the battlefield first. The twin ion cannons on both sides of the fighter plane were directly aimed at the Golden Crow fighter plane that was bombing the Protoss Colossus. Two fighter planes met, and the Phoenix fighter struck first. Two ion cannonballs directly hit the Golden Crow fighter. Unexpectedly, the next second, the Golden Crow fighter was directly shot down by two ion cannonballs from the Phoenix fighter. Seeing this scene, the Protoss pilot driving the Phoenix fighter was also confused. Unexpectedly, the opponent's fighter planes are so fragile. The Viking fighter was not idle either, and several wave-breaking missiles also attacked another Golden Crow fighter. Boom. Following a burst of explosions, the Golden Crow fighter plane was directly shattered by the bombardment of wave-breaking missiles. When these Golden Crow fighters were manufactured, all their talents were focused on attack, So that now the Air Force encountering Chu Jiang is like paper. A large number of Golden Crow fighters were destroyed, and the pilots of the Golden Crow fighters also reacted quickly. They also relied on their driving skills to escape the Phoenix fighter's attack. The next second, they aimed directly at the Phoenix fighter and launched flame missiles. But then, something they never expected happened. The Phoenix fighter jet was like a nimble bird, directly dodging the attack of the flame missiles. Then, 2 ion cannonballs landed directly on the Golden Crow fighter. The Phoenix fighter has extremely powerful maneuverability. Without the attack of tracking missiles, it would be really difficult for ordinary fighter attacks to touch it. More and more Golden Crow fighters were shot down, and the Viking fighters directly turned on the ground mode when they saw this. The Viking fighter landed directly and then used its twin Gatling heavy artillery to start mopping up the enemy's ground troops. 2.2. With the appearance of the Protoss Colossus and Chu Jiang's air troops, the entire front began to crumble like a flood discharge embankment. Seeing the troops on their side being killed continuously, Wu Miao and Long Yan's expressions began to look very ugly. They never expected that Chu Jiang's ground troops would be so powerful. They should not have chosen to send ground troops in the first place. Now, not only have they failed to seize control of Holy Terra, they have suffered heavy losses to their troops. In fact, they have not even destroyed the anti-aircraft artillery system until now, and they have simply lost miserably. Damn it. Why does this guy Chu Jiang have so many terrifying cards? We can no longer continue to deploy ground troops. If we continue like this, no matter how much troops are deployed, it will be a waste of effort. In this case, there is no need to continue airdrops and directly conduct orbital bombing on Holy Terra. I can't believe this guy can withstand our orbital bombardment. Seeing the heavy casualties of the ground troops, Wu Miao finally couldn't help it and prepared to launch orbital bombing. Now is the last resort. After all, after the orbital bombardment, even if they occupy Holy Terra, the resources they need to repair will be an astronomical amount. But now, their ground forces are unable to conquer Holy Terra at all, and can only launch orbital bombing. And Chu Jiang also guessed what Wu Miao and Long Yan were thinking. I saw the corners of Chu Jiang's mouth raised slightly. It's time to place the last chess piece. Notify the Thunder Warriors and the Man-Eating Shark Legion to prepare to board the ship. It's time to give our enemy the final blow. Chapter 72, We were fooled by him. Can he defeat me with 40 ships? In the vast expanse of space, many ships marking the Virgil and Flame races are slowly approaching Holy Terra. Originally, Wu Miao and Long Yan wanted to use ground troops to completely capture Holy Terra. Because once orbital bombing is used, it can cause heavy damage to Chu Jiang's troops. But it will also damage most of the buildings on the surface of Holy Terra. For them, this is nothing more than a loss. In their psychology, the entire Holy Terra is already in their possession. But now, their minds have changed. In terms of ground-landing warfare, their ground troops simply cannot defeat Chu Jiang's ground troops. Not only the ground troops, but even the air superiority, they didn't get it at all. After all, the two great emperors are also famous figures in the entire Qinghai, and they have participated in countless battles. However, they have participated in such a frustrating battle. After losing a lot of troops, they finally landed on the surface. As a result, they discovered that this was simply a trap. The enemy's ground troops were powerful and they pressed them to the ground and rubbed them wildly. The heavy firepower armor they were proud of could not even stand up to the giant statue. Even the Golden Crow fighter jets they sent out were shattered by the bombardment of Viking fighter jets and Phoenix fighter jets. Chu Jiang's air troops and ground troops are the best among the best. Their ground troops were completely vulnerable to Chu Jiang's troops. Wu Miao knew very well that if he continued to send troops, it would only increase casualties in vain. Their losses now are very serious. For this reason, they also decisively launched the planetary orbital bombing plan. We can no longer hesitate. If this continues, even if all our ground troops are exhausted, it will be impossible to capture Holy Terra. It seems that I underestimated this human being named Chu Jiang at the beginning. I didn't expect that the strength of his troops would be so strong. We should have started orbital bombing directly from the beginning without giving him a chance to breathe. 13-inch. Oh, you were the one who said that you would parachute ground troops to invade Holy Terra. Now you have changed your mind. Who would have thought that this kid would develop to such an extent in such a short period of time? Wu Miao looked at Long Yan in the communication channel in front of him, and his tone was also somewhat unkind. It was clear that he had coerced and lured him into calling him, so he mobilized the fleet to come to Holy Terra to deal with Chu Jiang. As a result, something went wrong now, and this guy actually blamed himself. And Long Yan looked at Wu Miao in the communication channel in front of him, and he was thinking for a while. If it wasn't to fulfill Lord Star God's will, who would be willing to cooperate with this barbarian? The two of them have their own evil intentions, but now they both have a common enemy, so they won't fall out directly. Chu Jiang also used satellites to see that the two fleets were thinking about the approach of Holy Terra. Without even thinking about it, these guys plan to use orbital bombing to carry out a devastating blow to the defense buildings on the ground. However, doing so means that they have given up their ground troops. Once the orbital bombardment is launched, their dropped ground troops will also be baptized by artillery fire. Everything is in my plan, now you want to use orbital bombing to consume my vitality. Late. Activate planetary shields. Planetary shield activated. I saw the familiar planetary shield reappearing in the sky of Holy Terra. When they saw the planetary shield rising, all the ground troops on the surface of Holy Terra suddenly showed desperate eyes. Once the planetary shield is raised, it means that people outside can't get in, and people inside can't get out. They can't escape now even if they want to. For a moment, many Virgil warriors fell to their knees. It's over. Now I can't run away even if I want to. We can't fight again and again. We want to leave but can't. We might as well wait here to die. What's the point of continuing to fight? It's over, everything is over. Many Virgil warriors were despairing. They didn't even have the last chance to survive. And those flame warriors also knelt on the ground, and the flames on their bodies were also wilting. But the Protoss Colossus didn't care about this. The Protoss Colossus continued to slaughter these Virgil warriors and the Flame and War King. Now that they are ready to invade, they must also be prepared to be killed. The Protoss Colossus will not stop because of their emotions. But apart from these soldiers on the ground, the most angry people now are the two fleets in outer space. Wu Miao and Long Yan drove the fleet towards the low Earth orbit of Holy Terra. Prepare for bombing operations in low Earth orbit. However, as they gradually approached Holy Terra, the planetary shield suddenly rose. Boom. One of the starships was caught off guard and directly installed a planetary shield. The next second, the starship was directly crushed to pieces by the impact generated by itself. The fire accompanying the explosion lit up in the starry sky. Other starships also quickly began to slow down, fearing that they would be equipped with planetary shields in front of them. You know, this layer of planetary shield is a powerful line of defense that can even block the bombing of the Annihilation Star. If you want to use a starship to knock it away, it is completely impossible. What's the situation? Looking at the planetary shield rising suddenly in front of him, Hui Jie was dumbfounded. Wasn't this planetary shield broken by them? Why did it suddenly appear now? If the starship pilots on their side were not strong enough, it is estimated that at least several starships in this wave would have hit the planetary shield and crashed before they had time to react. Hasn't this planetary shield been destroyed by us? Why is this thing showing up in front of us now? Faced with Wu Miao's questioning, Long Yan was also furious. How did he know about this problem? When the two of them were together, they both watched the planetary shield disappear. Now, this planetary shield appeared in front of them again. For a moment, even Long Yan felt that he couldn't understand it. Damn it. We must have been tricked by this boy Chu Jiang. From the beginning, the planetary shield was not destroyed by us, but closed by that boy on his own initiative. The purpose of his doing this is to consume our Star Destroyer weapons and then lure us to airborne ground troops. Now, our ground troops are locked up inside. Even if we want to recall them, there is no way. At this time, Wu Miao also understood. From the beginning, they had fallen into Chu Jiang's trap. Now, Chu Jiang has activated the planetary shield again. Their ground troops cannot be recalled, and even orbital bombing cannot be carried out. It's all in Chu Jiang's plan. After Long Yan heard these words, he reacted belatedly. They were fooled. Got fooled by a human. At this moment, Long Yan felt that he and Wu Miao were like clowns. Damn it. This human being is so cunning. So what do we do next? Is it possible to leave him alone like this? Leave it alone. How can it be? How could Wu Miao retreat after suffering such a big loss? He was humiliated by Chu Jiang last time. If he still can't defeat Chu Jiang this time, then this incident will become his inner demon forever. Boom. Keep blasting me. Even if you destroy the last round of ammunition, you still have to blast this turtle shell with me. At this time, Wu Miao has fallen into a state of madness. I was teased twice by the same person. In his career, no one had ever made him feel such humiliation. Now Wu Miao has been blinded by anger, and he has only one idea now. That is to crush Jiang to ashes at all costs. Seeing this, Long Yan had no choice but to follow Wu Miao's footsteps and use up his last ammunition to break the planetary shield. Now Long Yan can be said to be very regretful. He had known that Holy Terra's defense system was so powerful. He should not have waited until Chu Jiang unlocked the planetary defense system of Holy Terra before coming to Holy Terra to arrest Chu Jiang. Now, Chu Jiang is relying on the planetary shield of Holy Terra, and there is nothing they can do. Rumble. Wu Miao drove the fleet to distance itself, and then began to attack the planetary shield in front of him. The dense artillery seemed to be free of charge, pouring on the planetary shield. At this time, Wu Miao didn't even consider the issue of ammunition consumption. As long as the artillery was functioning, he put them all into the bombing of the planetary shield. For a time, the surface of the planetary shield was also flooded by endless artillery fire. A large amount of artillery ammunition landed on the surface of the planetary shield, causing ripples. Chu Jiang, who was sitting on the throne in the Emperor's Hall, chuckled as he watched Wu Miao and Long Yan's fleet desperately attack the planetary shield at all costs. The planetary shield was a defense system originally designed by the Emperor himself. The firepower of their two fleets alone is not enough to break through the planetary shield's defense. As for the energy consumed by the planetary shield, there is no need to worry. There are also a lot of energy or reserves on your own ships. Just relying on those energy or reserves, even if he persists in continuous bombing for several months, there will be no problem at all. But even if I can hold on for a few months, it doesn't mean that the opposite fleet's ammunition can hold on for a few months. As expected, during the continuous bombings, Wu Miao and Long Yan's ammunition reserves were consumed at an alarming rate. Not only that, under Wu Miao's strong request, Yin Huang's artillery was also operating at high load. Now, many artillery pieces are in a cooling state and cannot be used normally. Great Emperor, our ammunition has been almost exhausted. That's right, if we continue like this, we can carry out 3 rounds of bombardment at most, and the ammunition will be exhausted. This planetary shield is a little too hard. We have been blasting it for so long and there is no reaction at all. Then what should we do next? After hearing the report from his subordinates, Wu Miao also hammered the seat hard. The seat made of alloy had a fist dent directly there. Wu Miao looked at the turtle shell-like planetary shield in front of him, and his teeth itched with anger. But even so, he still couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, Long Yan on the other side of the communication channel also said, "Wu Miao, there is no point in us continuing the 330 bombing. My suggestion is that we surround Holy Terra. No matter how powerful Chu Jiang is, he will definitely need supplies. Holy Terra. There have been no living creatures for many years. As long as we surround Holy Terra, when Chu Jiang's supplies are exhausted, he will naturally come out of this turtle shell." After hearing these words, Wu Miao immediately calmed down. Yes, food and water sources are limited on Holy Terra. In the past, there was no one living on Holy Terra, so it could naturally rely on various energy sources to survive. Now, Chu Jiang enters and still has many troops to support. Without regular supplies, it will be difficult to persist. Thinking of this, Wu Miao and Long also decided to carry out a plan to surround Holy Terra first. But at this moment, one of the crew members also discovered a fleet appearing on the back of Holy Terra. After seeing the trace of this fleet, the crew member immediately reported it to Long Yan and Wu Miao. The unknown fleet, or did it appear from the back of Holy Terra? Could it be that Chu Jiang's fleet is preparing to escape? No, this fleet is coming for us. As the fleet continued to approach, everyone discovered that this fleet was the fleet under Chu Jiang. But their purpose was not to escape, but to run towards them. Are you kidding me? After seeing the size of the fleet on the opposite side, Wu Miao only felt a burst of laughter. Chu Jiang's fleet combined is only one of 4,000 ships. However, the combined fleets of him and Long Yan have as many as 5,000 ships. With such a huge disparity in numbers, could Chu Jiang have gone crazy and actually sent his fleet to his door? Why are you still standing there? Can't the attack of 5,000 ships kill these ships in seconds? Aim at those ships. This guy Chu Jiang finally showed his flaws. Now that the planetary shield is still operating, even if these ships are damaged, there is no way to escape. From Wu Miao's point of view, this is a completely stupid move. Is it possible that Chu Jiang planned to use 40 ships to defeat the 5,000 ships composed of him and Long Yan? Rumble. Following a series of artillery launches, several artillery pieces fell on the leading Glory Queen-class battleship. The Void Shield instantly swallowed up all these artillery pieces. Seeing these artillery attacks, Wu Miao was stunned. Damn it! Are you disobeying my order? I asked you to attack, where are you? Great Emperor, our ammunition has almost been consumed, and many of the artillery have fallen into cooling due to overheating and cannot be used normally at all. Chapter 73, it's time to complete the mission. They are all a bunch of lunatics. What? After hearing the crew's report, Wu Miao suddenly felt something bad. No wonder Chu Jiang's fleet came earlier than later, but they came at this time. It turned out that they had specifically targeted their fleet, and because attacking the planetary shield consumed a lot of firepower, they took the opportunity to get close to them. Wu Miao frowned and immediately ordered his subordinates. How many firepower systems are still functioning properly? It's estimated to be less than 1/10. Less than 1/10. Wu Miao touched her chin, feeling regretful in her heart. Was he on top at that time? Actually, almost all the ammunition was consumed directly. Later, Wu Miao also said to Long Yan, "Do you have any extra ammunition in stock over there?" "How is it possible? You were like crazy at that time. Do I dare to be lazy? It's okay now. Chu Jiang's ships are all coming towards us, and we don't even have the strength to fight back." Hearing Long Yan's complaints, Wu Miao was also a little unconvinced. It was obvious that his anger was no less than mine at that time. At this time, you started to blame him again. Wu Miao looked at the approaching ship and issued an order to get off. All ships stop attacking, wait until the opponent's fleet approaches, and then concentrate their firepower to attack. Continuing to attack at this time is just a waste of effort. Chu Jiang's fleet is still relatively far away from them, so the accuracy will inevitably drop a lot after the ammunition arrives. It is better to wait until Chu Jiang's ship approaches and then concentrate the remaining firepower on the attack. In this case, the accuracy of the artillery will not only be greatly improved. During this period of time, their artillery can also cool down a lot, and the firepower becomes more fierce. It seems that Chu Jiang wants to take advantage of the lack of firepower due to our attack on the planetary shield to use his fleet to attack us. Oh, hasn't he ever thought about how his 40 ships alone can withstand the siege of our 5,000 ships? What can 40 ships do? If placed in our fleet, not even a shadow can be seen. Long Yan also fully agreed with Wu Miao's words. What kind of storm can 40 ships create? In the end, it's just a waste of life. At this moment, a Glory Queen-class battleship appeared. Many Thunder Warriors stood in the corridor of the ship, holding chain swords, bolt guns, and other lethal weapons in their hands. The entire ship was in dead silence, and the Thunder Warriors stood there like statues. But anyone who underestimates them will eventually pay a heavy price. On another ship, the Man-Eating Shark Legion was also ready to go. They were different from the Thunder Warriors. The suppressed bloodthirsty genes in their bodies have made them ready to act. But even so, they still maintained an extremely quiet state. This is the most terrifying thing about the man-eating sharks. The style of all their members in battle is stealth. Who knows when, a man-eating shark warrior will quietly appear behind you holding a chain axe. Then, they will swing the chain axe in their hands and give you the final fatal blow. This is the fighting style of the man-eating shark legion, just like the white sharks in the deep sea. Boom. At this moment, the Glory Queen-class battleship also successfully approached one of the ships. Wu Miao and Long Yan did not hesitate at all. With an order, all the ships began to focus their fire to attack the Glory Queen-class battleship in front of them. A large number of attacks landed on the Void Shield bit by bit, and were then transferred to the subspace by the Void Shield. One of the Glory Queen-class battleships loaded with Thunder Warriors rushed straight into the opponent's fleet formation. A starship stands in front of the Glory Queen-class battleship. The Glory Queen-class battleship did not slow down at all, and the strong collision angle directly smashed the starship, blocking the road in front of it. Boom. With a burst of dazzling light shining in the starry sky, the Glory Queen-class battleship turned on the macro cannons on both sides. A series of firelights lit up, and the next day's annihilation calendar fell directly on top of the shields of the numerous Virgil starships on both sides. With just one round of macro cannon fire, the armor of Virgil's starship was shattered. Immediately afterwards, the Glory Queen-class battleship was launched again. But this time, what it fired was not artillery, but airdrop pods loaded with Thunder Warriors one after another. Bang. 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 With a series of muffled sounds, the airdrop capsule carrying the Thunder Warriors crashed directly into the interior of the enemy starship. The surrounding Virgil Warriors rushed over quickly after hearing the noise here. When they arrived at the scene, they also saw the airdrop cabin on the ground. At this moment, the airdrop cabin opened, and 5 Thunder Warriors also walked out of the airdrop cabin. After seeing these 5 Thunder Warriors, many Virgil Warriors also showed deep fear in their eyes. What are you afraid of? They are just 5 people. That's right, there are 100 people here, they should be the ones to be afraid of. Surround up and destroy all these intruders. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a gunshot was heard. One of the Thunder Warriors directly used a bolt gun to kill the Virgil Warrior who spoke. The bomb landed on Virgil's soldier's head, blowing his head to pieces. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Virgil soldiers felt an uneasiness quietly spreading in their hearts. Several Thunder Warriors took out all their equipment from the airdrop cabin slowly. The surrounding Virgil soldiers watched blankly as the 5 Thunder Warriors took out various equipment from the airdrop pods and equipped them. Even so, after seeing the fate of the last Virgil soldier, none of them dared to act lightly. Click. As the last weapon was installed, one of the Thunder Warriors set his sights on the Virgil soldiers. Where is the bridge? As soon as these words came out, many Virgil soldiers looked at each other. Just when they were hesitant to speak, 10 gunshots were fired from Ruin. Boom. Another Virgil soldier's head exploded. The Thunder Warriors didn't talk nonsense to them at all. The 5 Thunder Warriors held bolt guns and fired wildly. After a burst of gunpowder smoke, out of 100 Virgil soldiers, only 1 Virgil soldier was left sitting there slumped and shivering. The Virgil soldier looked at the 5 Thunder Warriors in front of him with fear in his eyes. There were only 5 of these monsters, and they slaughtered all of their 100-man army. With such terrifying fighting power, are they really human beings? At this moment, one of the Thunder Warriors put a bolt gun on the head of the Virgil soldier. I ask again, where is the bridge? After seeing the horrors of Purgatory around him, how dare that Virgil soldier hide anything? After obtaining the location of the bridge, the Thunder Warrior also shot the Virgil soldier on his way. The 5 Thunder Warriors picked up the chain sword in one hand and the bolter in the other hand, and began to move towards the bridge where Virgil's soldier said. Along the way, any Virgil soldiers blocking the road can't escape the bolter bullets. At the same time, on another Virgil starship, many Virgil warriors looked at the man-eating shark warrior wearing power armor with solemn expressions. As one of the man-eating shark warriors activated the power claws on both arms, the hunt began. Before many Virgil soldiers could react, the man-eating shark warriors rushed forward. The man-eating shark warrior with powerful combat ability uses the power claws of his arms to attack the Virgil soldiers in front of him. Along with a series of screams, the man-eating shark warrior killed hundreds of Virgil soldiers by himself. During the battle, the man-eating shark warrior also fell into madness. Wherever he goes, any creature that appears in his field of vision will be torn into pieces by him. Thunder Warrior and Man-Eating Shark Legion, these 2 super soldiers jumped to join the Virgil starship. It was a complete disaster for Virgil Warrior. At this time, Wu Miao also received a distress signal from the Virgil starship. Emperor, help! There is a group of madmen on our starship, and we can't stop it. Madman. Could it be that Chu Jiang's troops jumped gangs and invaded their starship? Wu Miao also asked quickly. How many people are there on the other side and how is their equipment? Yes, there are 5 people opposite. 5 people. Wu Miao was stunned for a moment and made sure she heard correctly. 5 people. You know, there are at least thousands of combatants on a starship. Thousands of Virgil warriors can't even handle 5 people. Damn it. I don't have time to joke with you. How can 5 people deal with you? If you continue to lie about military information, I will be the first to kill you when the war is over. Before he finished speaking, a scream came from the communication channel on the opposite side. Immediately afterwards, the communication channel was hung up. Wu Miao's heart skipped a beat. The signal from the starship calling for help was also cut off. Now even if Wu Miao wanted to know the situation there, she couldn't do anything. At this moment, another distress signal came over. Wu Miao immediately connected, and then there was a scream from the other side. Great Emperor, save me. He is a monster. What's going on? Have you been attacked there too? How many people are there on the other side? There's one opposite, but he's a monster. What? There's only one person opposite. One man strangled his entire starship of Virgil warriors. What a joke. Before Wu Miao could speak, she heard the sound of the iron door being torn apart from the opposite side. The next second, screams sounded, and Miao could hear the sound of blood spurting out. Immediately afterwards, the communication on the other side was also hung up. Wu Miao panicked now. This is already the second starship to have lost contact. But then, something even more frightening happened. Third, fourth, fifth. More and more Virgil starships escaped from the flagship's control, and the communication channel on the opposite side also fell into a state of no one answering. At this time, Wu Miao began to feel a chill in her back. Long Yan, how is the situation over there? At this time, Long Yan had no time to deal with Wu Miao. The situation on his side is not much better than that on Wu Miao's side. The starship on Long Yan's side was also invaded by many high-level Templars. The attacks of high-level Templars were a natural nemesis for energy creatures like them, the Flame Men. It only takes 5 high-level Templars to kill all the pyros in a ship. Help! We are under attack from a large number of Protoss fanatics. Attack, we need support. Shut up, we need more support here. The high-level Templars of the Protoss have boarded the ship, and we need support. Emperor, please help us, our troops can't stop these high-level Templars at all. No, those high-level Templar warriors are catching up. For a time, many starships also lost contact. Long Yan's complexion was not much better than Wu Miao's. They never imagined that the weapons Chu Jiang's ships used to defeat them were not weapons on the ships at all. The real weapons are those space marines and Templars who jump gangs into the starship. These space warriors and high-level Templar warriors all possess extremely powerful combat effectiveness. Once you join the gang on a starship, it will be like a tiger joining a flock of sheep and slaughtering them wantonly. Now, their starships have begun to become paralyzed one after another. It will only be a matter of time before the remaining starships are paralyzed. At this time, Long Yan looked out the window, and suddenly his expression changed drastically. He saw outside the window a huge Glory Queen-class battleship slowly approaching his flagship. Boom. At this moment, the entire starship's hull began to vibrate. Long Yan felt something bad, and then he heard a sound coming from the communication channel. Report to the Emperor. We found an airdrop pod in the cabin at the rear of the starship. This airdrop pod seems to have been shot in by the battleship just opposite. As soon as these words came out, Long Yan suddenly felt a chill in his back. When he thought of the fate of other starships, his expression changed drastically. Quick! Gather everyone and head to the stern of the ship immediately. We must not let the thing in the empty cabin come to the bridge. And Wu Miao also received a gift from the Glory Queen-class battleship. A total of 10 airdrop pods also hit his cabin directly. Having seen the strength of the monsters in these airdrop pods, Wu Miao also drew his kinetic sword, and his psychic power also gathered around him. Subsequently, Wu Miao asked many Virgil warriors to go to the place where the airdrop pod was located. Many Virgil warriors also surrounded the airdrop cabin in front of them. Pfft. Faint. The door of the airdrop cabin opened. The moment the door opened, Wu Miao gave the order directly. A large number of bullets poured into the airdrop cabin like a heavy rain. And the next second, a storm grenade flew directly out of the airdrop cabin. Boom. There was a loud noise, and thick smoke instantly filled the entire cabin. In the smoke, 10 man-eating shark warriors rushed out of the airdrop pod. It's hunting time. Chapter 74, Have you ever regretted it? From now on, I am the emperor of the human race. Damn. Chu Jiang really thinks he can take down my entire flagship with just 10 monsters. Looking at the 10 man-eating shark warriors in front of him, Wu Miao also drew out his kinetic sword, and his spiritual energy began to operate. At this time, the momentum he displayed was like that of the Emperor of the Star Sea. The surrounding Virgil warriors saw their Emperor's high-spirited appearance, and their morale greatly increased. However, the man-eating shark warrior on the opposite side did not accept this trick at all. They have only one goal, and that is to defeat all enemies wherever they look. One of the man-eating shark warriors stretched out his arms, and a series of electric sparks burst out from his power claws. The next second, the man-eating shark warrior rushed directly into the Virgil soldiers. Only then did many Virgil soldiers react and immediately raised their weapons to fight back. A series of attacks fell on the man-eating shark warrior's power armor, leaving only a few scratches. The man-eating shark warrior came to a Virgil soldier, raised his hand and released a claw. The armor on Virgil's soldiers was as fragile as cardboard in the face of the claw attacks of the man-eating shark warriors. Seeing his own soldiers being slaughtered crazily by the man-eating shark warriors, Wu Miao was furious. You monsters, how dare you ignore me? Psychic power exploded, and Wu Miao raised the kinetic sword in his hand and aimed at the man-eating shark warrior who was slaughtering among the crowd. But at this moment, Wu Miao suddenly felt a chill in his back. As a psychic, his sixth sense told him that if he didn't turn back immediately, his life might end here. Wu Miao quickly turned around, and what came into view was the man-eating shark warrior leaping up with a chain axe in his hand. Die. The cold light suddenly appeared, and the chainsaw axe, carrying the man-eating shark warrior's violent blood energy, slashed directly towards Wu Miao. Wu Miao reacted quickly and immediately used the kinetic sword in his hand to resist. When the kinetic energy sword and the chain axe collided, and a series of sparks burst out. A huge force was automatically transferred to the sharp sword and passed into Wu Miao's arms. Wu Miao only felt a numbness in her arms, and she couldn't help but feel horrified in her heart. What exactly are these monsters? Just by resisting this axe, my arm was numb. If it were an ordinary person, let alone blocking this blow, his arms would be directly shattered the moment he touched the chainsaw axe. The power of these monsters is amazing. But at this moment, Wu Miao discovered that a man-eating 770 shark warrior had arrived beside him without knowing when. His fists are equipped with power gloves, energy is injected into them, and the power gloves burst out with amazing power. Boom. The man-eating shark warrior punched Wu Miao in the waist. Wu Miao immediately used psychic energy to open a shield, but faced the charged bombardment of the power fist. The next second, Wu Miao flew out directly and hit the wall of the ship hard. You damn bastards! Wu Miao felt dizzy for a while, and when he came back to his senses, his eyes widened. Two man-eating shark warriors holding chain axes came to him silently. The chain axe struck at him at an extremely fast speed, and the target was his head. Wu Miao was suddenly frightened and broke into a cold sweat, and immediately mobilized her spiritual energy to resist. They are all monsters. Wu Miao, who had once again escaped a blow, now completely lost the demeanor that the Shanghai Emperor should have. He rolled and fled towards the hatch. Now he only has one idea, and that is to escape immediately. These guys are monsters. If you continue to fight with them like this, your head may be cut off at some point. At this moment, Hui Miao's communication system also popped up a message. This news came from Long Yan. But at this time, Wu Miao doesn't have the time to deal with Long Yan. Now there is only one thought in his mind, and that is to escape. Long Yan's side was not much better. Several high-level Templar warriors jumped directly to his ship. These high-level Templar warriors possess extremely powerful psychic control abilities. They walked among the ships, facing many flame-man warriors. They only needed one finger with one hand. A psychic storm exploded directly in the center of many flame-man warriors. The powerful explosion shock wave directly blew those flame people to pieces. You're just a group of low-level energy creatures. I thought you were so capable. Lascadi, remember our mission and ignore these low-energy creatures. The two high-level Templars also communicated with each other. To them, these flame people were just low-energy creatures. BDCB. As Protoss, they were once one of the strongest civilizations in the universe. Dealing with these flame men is easy. We left 2 people to guard the location of the escape cabin, and the others followed me to the bridge. The leading high-ranking Templar warrior also knew it very well. If Long Yen wants to escape, he will definitely go to the escape cabin. In order to prevent this guy from escaping their pursuit, 2 high-level Templar warriors were left to guard the location of the escape cabin. This can be regarded as sealing Long Yen's last road. At this moment, Long Yen, who was on the bridge, also looked solemn. Damn it. Where did this guy Wu Miao go? He originally wanted to ask Yu Miao to send troops to help him deal with these high-level Templar warriors. But now it seems that the Wu Miao side may not be able to protect itself. Long Yen was like an ant on a hot pot at this moment. If other races came to invade, he would not be afraid at all. With his physical characteristics and strong combat experience, almost no one can escape from his hands alive. But Chu Jiang also obviously considered this problem when facing the flame men whose whole body was made of flames. No matter whether they send out thunder warriors or man-eating sharks, they are not enough to easily crush the flame men troops. Therefore, after careful consideration, he used these high-level Templar warriors to deal with the pyromen. It is obvious that these high-level Templar warriors are simply nemesis to the flame race. Long Yen was in despair at this moment. He didn't expect that there were so many monsters under Chu Jiang. The most important thing is that from the beginning, they were manipulated by Chu Jiang. The ground troops were completely wiped out and all their ammunition was used up. In the end, facing the enemy's gang-hopping war, they had no power to fight back. Boom. At this moment, the bridge door was blasted open by a psychic ball. Several high-level Templar warriors also appeared in front of Long Yen. It's all over. Along with this, a series of good news came frequently. Chu Jiang in the Emperor's Hall also breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with the siege of 2 Emperor-level forces, if you say you are not nervous, that would be a lie. Every step of the plan you make, if you make a mistake, you will lose everything. But fortunately, everything came to the most appropriate ending according to his plan. Soon, Wu Miao and Long Yen were escorted to Chu Jiang. Seeing the appearance of the 2 great emperors, Chu Jiang couldn't help but smile. Wu Miao, the once high-spirited and vigorous emperor, now looked around like a frightened bird. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, a man-eating shark warrior would appear with a chain axe and give him a fatal blow. The other emperor Liuyang was even more miserable. He was directly stuffed into a jar by the high-level Templar warriors. He was as ridiculous as a clown. Wu Miao and Long Yen looked at Chu Jiang sitting on the throne, with a trace of regret on their faces. They never expected that the 2 of them would fall into the hands of a human being. Chu Jiang glanced at Wu Miao and Long Yen, and then said calmly, "Did the Star God send you to kill me?" Star God? Wu Miao glanced at Long Yen. It was obvious that at this time, he also realized that Long Yen was hiding something from him. Seeing Wu Miao looking at Long Yen with a blank expression, Chu Jiang also understood. Long Yen should be the only chess piece controlled by the Star God. As for Wu Miao, it was obvious that she was deceived by Long Yen. Thinking of this, Chu Jiang also waved his hand. The man-eating shark warrior behind Wu Miao was immediately clear. Pfft. The hand raised the knife and dropped it, and the head fell to the ground. Wu Miao, the great emperor of the Wild Hunt, has fallen. Seeing Wu Miao's head rolling in front of him, Long Yen was immediately frightened to death. Spare your life. Spare your life. I will say anything. The Star God sent me to deal with you. I don't know anything else. I'm just a pawn under the Star God. I really don't know anything. Chu Jiang, on the other hand, looked at Long Yen in front of him with an indifferent expression. If I don't get some information from Long Yen, I'm afraid this battle will be in vain. Saying that, Chu Jiang also asked Long Yen. Besides you, who else has had contact with the Star God? You'd better tell some useful information, otherwise you will end up like him. Seeing the lifeless Wu Miao on the ground, Long Yen also quickly named a few forces he knew that were connected to the Star God. After listening to the information Long Yen said, Chu Jiang also narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that although the Star Gods cannot come to this universe, their influence can easily change the pattern of the entire universe. Among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors alone, half of the forces are influenced by the Star God. And these forces have probably listed themselves as the most wanted targets now. Thinking of this, Chu couldn't help but feel that the task was very difficult. Perhaps from the moment he accepted the Emperor's gene seed, he was destined to be an enemy of these forces. Thinking of this, Chu Jiang also waved his hand. The high-ranking Templar warriors who received the order also understood. Long Yen saw himself being taken away by these high-level Templar warriors, and felt panicked in his heart. Chu Jiang. Didn't you say you would let me go as long as I provided information? Faced with Long Yan's questioning, Chu Jiang smiled faintly. When did I say I would let you go? As soon as these words came out, Long Yan's face suddenly turned ashen. He was fooled. From the beginning, Chu Jiang had no intention of letting him go. Then, with Long Yan's scream, the two great emperors also fell into the sea of stars. Finally, the High Templar returns. But at this time, the jar containing dragon flames in his hand only contained a pile of ashes. Give me the news of these two people's deaths. Yes. Under the control of Chu Jiang, the news of the death of the two great emperors quickly spread throughout the Star Sea. Everyone's first reaction to the news was naturally disbelief. Who knows the titles of Wild Hunt Emperor and Sun Emperor? But now, they were defeated at the hands of a human. How can it be? This is simply a big joke. Could this human being be so crazy about being famous that he actually said he had defeated two great emperors? If it were the human emperor of the old era who said this, I might still believe it, but what has become of human beings now? How dare you say that? I'm afraid this kid is tired of living. If he spreads news like this, the two heavenly emperors will definitely not sit idly by and watch. Let's just wait and see the good show. Everyone sneered at the news spread by Chu Jiang. But soon, as time went by, everyone began to discover something was wrong. After Chu Jiang made a crazy declaration, the two emperors didn't react at all. Not only that, the Virgil clan and the Flame clan announced at the same time that all territories were closed and entered a state of blockade. Everything seemed to indicate that something earth-shattering was about to happen. At this moment in Holy Terra, the huge military factory is operating again. A large amount of weapons were transported. Numerous pilot titans guard the vicinity of the arsenal day and night, not allowing anyone to approach. The star forge of the Spear of Adun was also filled with the roar of machinery all night long. Chu Jiang sat high on the throne and watched the system progress bar getting closer and closer to the end. Except for Blue Star, Holy Terra's check-in is often the longest. At this time, Chu Jiang hopes that the sign-in reward will reward him with a huge mortal army. Now he owns the star forge of the Spear of Adun and the arsenal of Holy Terra. The equipment you make is enough to arm a large number of mortal troops. But it is a pity that although the troops under his command are all the elite among the elite, they are all extremely rare without exception. He needs more soldiers, because next, his goal is to regain Al. According to the information provided by the high-ranking Templars, there are still many former technologies that have not been taken away on the El home planet. If he can regain Ire, he can find the former Protoss database and obtain a large amount of Protoss technology. These star spirit technologies plus the technology left behind by Holy Terra, the combination of the two may not be able to compete with those star gods. Of course, the premise is that they can fight their way out of the hundreds of millions of Zerg on Al's home planet. With the troops he currently has in his hands, it is simply wishful thinking to recapture Air. At this moment, the system prompt also sounded. Ding, congratulations, you successfully signed into Holy Terra. Chapter 75, It's everyone's responsibility to conquer Al. This land is full of curses. When he heard the system sound, Chu Jiang also cheered up. The sign-in is finally completed. I don't know what good things the sign-in rewards will bring this time. After all, the sign-in time required by this sign-in system on Holy Terra is second only to Blue Star. Ding, congratulations on your successful sign-in and getting a teleportation Stargate. Ding, congratulations on your successful sign-in and getting 100 sword-class frigates. Ding, congratulations on your successful sign-in and obtaining the Emperor's Power, Cursebound Legion. Ding, congratulations on your successful sign-in and obtaining the Special Energy, L's Light. The 4 system sign-in rewards also made Chu Jiang feel happy. During this period of time, I did not wait in vain. These 4 sign-in rewards, each one is rarer than the last. Let's not talk about the first teleportation Stargate, this is a good thing. The existence of the Stargate allows his fleet to quickly reach the area where another Stargate is located in a short period of time. The transmission between the two Stargates ignores the distance and will not cause any consumption of the space engine. This means that no matter how far apart the two planet territories are, as long as there is a Stargate. Once one of the planet's territories is attacked, support from the other planet's territory will soon arrive on the battlefield. However, the only drawback of the teleportation Stargate is that it is expensive to build. If it is not a planet territory that is very important to the Force, basically the teleportation Stargate will not be erected casually. Chu Jiang was more curious, since the system rewarded him with a teleportation Stargate. So where is the end of this teleportation Stargate connected to? With this problem in mind, Chu Jiang also set his sights on the second system reward. 100 Sword-class frigates. The Sword-class frigate is only 1.6 kilometers long. Compared with behemoths like the Glory Queen-class battleship, its stature can be said to be very small. But even so, it is still the most commonly used frigate in the Imperial Navy in the Warhammer world. As the most commonly used frigate in the Imperial Navy, the Sword-class frigate has extremely powerful defense capabilities. Its void shield can also provide the maximum protection capability for a ship of this tonnage. Compared to other ships, the Sword-class frigate can absorb more damage. Moreover, the plasma engine it is equipped with is so powerful that any mechanical priest can easily maintain it. Because of this, the Sword-class frigates can be widely used in the Imperial Navy. Now 100 Sword-class frigates have added strength to Chu Jiang's fleet. Then, Chu Jiang looked at the third reward. The Emperor's Power, the Cursed Legion. According to rumors, the Cursed Legion is a ghostly army that only obeys the Emperor's orders. The Legion is built from the souls of fallen Astartes. Ordinary physical attacks have minimal effect on them, and their fighting style is also extremely efficient. Now, after Chu Jiang obtained the Emperor's gene seed, he will gain another authority of the Emperor. Summon the Legion of the Damned. This can't help but make Chu Jiang's own strength improve again. After all, with such a powerful legion guarding him, how could he not feel safe? After learning about the Cursed Legion, Chu Jiang also looked at the last system reward, L's Light. Chu Jiang took this L light out of the system space. The moment he took out the light of L, the spiritual power containing vitality burst out. This powerful psychic power radiates from the Emperor's Hall to the entire Holy Terra. For a time, the originally dead plants in Holy Terra showed faint signs of recovery. Upon seeing this, Chu Jiang immediately put away the else word. Good guy. Thanks to the system, this else word is so powerful. Chu Jiang can feel that the spiritual power contained in L's light is an extremely active life spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy inside is fully released, it will be enough to transform a desolate Death Star into a habitable Gaia planet in a short period of time. This is the power of L's word. Looking at L's light in the system space, Chu Jiang couldn't help but smile. No wonder this item is called L's word. Isn't this an item specially prepared for the time when he is about to regain L? However, Chu Jiang was a little disappointed that none of the 4 rewards could bring him a huge number of troops. In this way, I can only look for a more reliable recruiting world. Otherwise, it would still be a bit difficult to conquer the entire Zerg army on Al's home planet with just his current strength. After all, his goal this time is to conquer Al. Therefore, when it comes to fighting, it is definitely not possible to directly conduct orbital bombing on the Worm Nest planet as before. Moreover, the Zerg on the Ire planet have existed for a long time, and their combat capabilities must be more powerful than the Zerg on the Zerg Hive planet. After thinking about it, Chu Jiang also opened the database of Holy Terra. The human empire once had a vast territory, and there must have been many recruiting worlds. Maybe I could get a large number of soldiers from those planets. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Jiang also received an unknown signal. After seeing this unknown signal, Chu Jiang was also confused. Because this signal was not sent to him, but to Holy Terra. In other words, the source of this signal is a world inseparable from Holy Terra. Thinking of this, Chu Jiang also immediately received this signal. Great Emperor, we pray to you, hoping that you can answer the call of your people again. These damn Zerg want to invade your territory, we will definitely defend every inch of your territory. Breathing is war, death is tranquility. Living is shame, dying is atonement. When Chu Jiang deciphered the meaning of this series of signals, he couldn't help but be curious about the signal sender. From reading between the lines, he could feel the other party's almost fanatical loyalty to the emperor. It can be felt between the lines of their words that their loyalty to the emperor has exceeded their attitude towards life and death. Chu Jiang is very curious about what kind of world is on the other side of this signal. Therefore, Chu Jiang also traced the source of the signal. When he traced the direction of the signal source, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Because the direction of the signal source is from the world behind the teleportation stargate. In other words, the planet where these fanatical emperor believers live is right behind the teleportation stargate. It was precisely because of the emergence of the teleportation stargate that he was able to receive the signals from these fanatical believers. Chu Jiang could sense the devotion of these fanatical believers to the emperor. So, Chu Jiang decided to go to the opposite star through the teleportation stargate. If there are enough powerful warriors on this star, I wouldn't mind using this planet as one of my recruiting worlds. As soon as he said it, Chu Jiang also decisively activated the Spear of Adun and came to the opposite world through the huge teleportation stargate. As the scene in front of him changed, Chu Jiang also came to another galaxy. Looking at the many stars in front of him, Chu Jiang also turned on the signal tracking device. Finally, he set his sights on a planet full of radiation. Warning, it has been detected that the surface of the planet is full of radiation and poisonous gas. Please wear protective equipment when landing. After seeing the prompt about the Spear of Adun, Chu Jiang couldn't help but frown. Can civilization really exist on such a planet full of radiation and poisonous gas? Chu Jiang couldn't believe it. After confirming again and again, he was sure that the signal was sent from this planet. Looking at the planet in front of him, Chu Jiang couldn't believe it. On a planet with such a harsh environment, what are the people living on it like? After careful consideration, Chu Jiang also used drones to collect some soil samples from the planet's surface. Subsequently, based on the environmental data on the surface, Stark Laboratory and Star Forge were used to create a set of armor that could cope with the harsh environment of the planet. Although Chu Jiang is now a psychic, as long as he mobilizes his psychic energy, he can easily form a psychic shield around his body to block all radiation and poisonous gases. But psychic power is limited after all. In order to avoid having no means to deal with emergencies, Chu Jiang still chose to use Stark Labs to create the corresponding armor. After the armor was completed, Chu Jiang landed directly on the surface of the planet. At the same time, 2 battle nuns also followed Chu Jiang to the ground as bodyguards. After arriving on the ground, Chu Jiang also put on customized protective armor. On the surface of this planet, there are ruins everywhere, and there are even some ruins left. Through the remains of these ruins, Chu Jiang was also able to judge that this planet was at least once a prosperous planet. Please give me flowers. But why it has become this dead world with no grass growing and radiation everywhere, Chu Jiang doesn't know. Chu Jiang continued walking, hoping to encounter a civilized settlement on the surface of the planet. I don't know how long it took, but Chu Jiang finally spotted a village in the distance. Oh my god, I didn't expect that there is actually civilization on the surface of this planet. Chu Jiang found it hard to believe how humans survived on this planet. But Chu Jiang also walked forward quickly, and soon came to the vicinity of the village. When he got closer to the village, Chu Jiang discovered that the village was not a real village. Instead, it was a small gathering of various businessmen. At this gathering, all kinds of businessmen from all corners of the Star Sea also wore radiation suits. On their stalls, there are some simple food and water sources. 1 pound of wheat bread only requires 100 nuclear batteries. Have you brought everything? 50 nuclear batteries can be exchanged for 1 bottle of pure water. It's an advantage for you. I think your equipment is pretty good. I'll give you a glass of water in exchange. The supplies in the hands of these traders are only food and water, and their traders are a group of weirdos wearing military coats, plastic helmets and gas masks. And these so-called weirdos wandered from stall to stall. When they encounter the materials they want, they will not hesitate to use the resources they have to exchange them. If there is no desired material, they will quietly walk away. They didn't counteroffer or speak. They just walked among the stalls, like silent travelers. And those businessmen seemed not to be surprised by these taciturn weirdos. This was not the first time they had dealt with these weirdos. These businessmen are also risking their lives. Danger brought these materials to this planet called Purgatory. Therefore, even though their asking price was extremely high, those weirdos did not complain at all. At this moment, Chu Jiang heard the all-too-familiar voice again. Ouch! Isn't this little brother Chu Jiang? Hearing this voice, Chu Jiang also looked in the same direction. I saw a vendor standing in a dilapidated house. After seeing it, he also called Chu Jiang over. Chu Jiang was a little curious, how did this vendor know his name? When he got closer, the vendor also said excitedly, "It's me, I'm Lao Wang. I've seen your armor from a long way away. Who else but you can build such exquisite armor? The two of us are so destined to meet each other on such a nondescript planet." Lao Wang. Chu Jiang also recalled this businessman who had a close relationship with him. Unexpectedly, I could meet him on this purgatory-like planet. Old Wang. Why are you here? Lao Wang pointed to the stall in front of him and smiled. Isn't this all about making a living? Chu Jiang took a look at the products on Lao Wang's stall. They were all ubiquitous food and water sources. Pick up a piece of wheat bread. This kind of wheat bread is on Blue Star. 1 star coin is enough to buy about a pound. How much can you sell this wheat bread for here? Lao Wang glanced at Chu Jiang and then stretched out a finger. 100 star coins. You guys are really shady. But then, Lao Wang shook his head. Chu Jiang was stunned for a moment, and then said tentatively, 1,000 star coins. No. It's 10,000 star coins. 10,000 star coins. Chu Jiang didn't expect that this wheat panel would become so precious on this planet. And Lao Wang also said very calmly, food worth 1 star coin on other planets can be sold for 10,000 star coins here. Water sources worth 1 star coin on other planets can be sold for 100,000 star coins here. This is the current situation of this planet. On this planet that is comparable to Purgatory, food and water are as valuable as gold. Chu Jiang looked at the vendors around him. No wonder these vendors risked being eroded by radiation to come to this planet to sell water and food. Chapter 76, Everything is for the Emperor. This place is called Krieg. Water and food, which were originally very cheap, have become materials comparable to gold in this purgatory-like place. For this highly profitable business, these businessmen have been risking their lives. But what Chu Jiang is most curious about right now is, where is this planet? What does it have to do with Holy Terra? Why do they continue to live here when the environment of this planet is already so bad? Of course, if you want to obtain this information, you must spend money to buy information from Lao Wang. And Lao Wang seemed to understand Chu Jiang's thoughts. Brother Chu Jiang, do you want to buy some information from me? Of course, how much do you know about this place? Chu Jiang is new here, and Lao Wang must have been here for a while, so he must know a lot more about the situation here than Chu Jiang. Unexpectedly, when Chu Jiang was about to pay, Lao Wang waved his hand. I won't take your money this time. No charge. Chu Jiang looked at Lao Wang and wondered, has this guy changed his temper? As an honest and unscrupulous merchant, I had spent quite a lot of star coins to purchase information from him. This time he actually said he would not charge money. This is not like you, Lao Wang. Lao Wang glanced at the weirdos milling around in front of the stall and signaled Chu Jiang to come to him. Later, Lao Wang also said very seriously. This time I provide you with information, which can be regarded as my doing good deeds. Have you seen those weirdos in military coats and gas masks? They are the indigenous people living here. Although the surface of the planet is extremely desolate, in fact they all live at the bottom of the 413! The population of these indigenous people in the underground and bunker buildings is at least 1 billion. 1 billion people. Hearing this number of people, Chu Jiang even wondered if he had heard wrongly. Can such a planet full of radiation and poisonous gas really be able to breed farmhouses with a population of 100 million? But Lao Wang said so, and Chu Jiang had to believe it. And Lao Wang continued to provide information. This planet was once one of the Emperor's military source planets, which means that the natives on this planet are all the Emperor's soldiers. But later, the Emperor disbanded the Empire, and the planet lost contact with Holy Terra. Even so, the natives on this planet still believe in the Emperor. As long as the Emperor returns, they will definitely become the sharpest sword in the Emperor's hand. But I advise you not to speak ill of the Emperor when you go here. These guys' worship of the Emperor has reached a fever pitch. If you maliciously slander the Emperor, you probably won't even be able to escape from this planet. The Emperor's former source of troops. At this time, Chu Jiang finally understood. No wonder I was able to receive a name from this star. It turns out that this planet was one of the Emperor's source planets. Chu Jiang was also sizing up these soldiers, wondering how effective these natives were in fighting. If possible, I wouldn't mind recruiting them as my own mortal troops. Now that he has inherited the Emperor's gene seed, he should be regarded as the Emperor's agent. With his own identity, it should be possible to drive these cadres to fight for him. At this time, Lao Huang also patted him on the shoulder. The reason why I tell you this is because I hope you can improve the living environment of these people. After all, these indigenous people have been living in this hellish environment. Except for those damn buggers, there should be no other creatures that can endure such a harsh environment. Lao Huang also expressed deep sympathy for these indigenous people. After learning most of the information about this planet, Chu Jiang also decided to try to see if he could turn this planet into his own troop source planet. At this time, the surrounding vendors also let out a cry of surprise. After hearing the exclamations of these vendors, Lao Huang's expression changed and he quickly put away his stall. Many vendors also put away their stalls, and Chu Jiang quickly asked after seeing this. What happened? What are you doing? The sandworms are coming. Sandworm. Following Lao Huang's gaze, Chu Jiang looked into the distance. I saw an unknown figure approaching among the ruins in the distance. When the figure got closer and closer, Chu Jiang discovered that the figure turned out to be a huge giant insect. I saw this giant sandworm, which was 3 to 4 meters in size, with a big bloody mouth on its head. Its huge body shuttled back and forth among the ruins, and it moved quickly. Rumble. The sandworm sank directly into the ground and disappeared. But everyone knows very well that this sandworm is traveling wildly underground at the moment, ready to emerge from the ground at any time to give them a fatal blow. Many vendors also fled in a hurry, and Muguan also quickly pulled Chu Jiang. Brother Chu Jiang, run away too. Zergs are all social creatures. Now that a sandworm appears here, it means that more sandworms will attack us next. While those swarms haven't caught up yet, do we still have a chance to escape? Chu Jiang's eyes fell on the natives, and he saw that the natives took off the firearms from their backs. They calmly installed the bayonet at the muzzle of the gun, and then pushed the bullet into the magazine. Seeing the calm expressions of the natives, Chu Jiang couldn't help but ask Lao Huang. Why don't they leave? You also said that sandworms are social creatures. If there is one, more will appear. There are only a few of them. If they are standing here now, aren't they dying in vain? Lao Huang sighed. This is also the weirdest thing about these natives. They will not leave. They are loyal to the Emperor and regard this land as the Emperor's territory. These invading Zerg are the Emperor's enemies. So, before the enemy is annihilated, even if you die, you must still cause damage to the enemy. This is also the most terrifying thing about them. They regard their lives as a feather, and their loyalty to the Emperor is greater than their own lives. Hearing these words, Chu Jiang's eyes lit up. Instead, he became interested in these natives. Later, he also said to Lao Huang, "You go first, I will watch here for a while." Old Huang glanced at the armor on Chu Jiang's body, and then remembered his glorious achievements on the insect nest planet. After hesitating for a moment, Lao Huang also ran away decisively. Chu Jiang, on the other hand, looked at the natives, holding guns and aiming at the open space in front of him. Rumble. Just then, the sandworm suddenly appeared. The natives fired decisively, and several laser bullets landed directly on the sandworm. The sandworm let out a sharp scream, and then its huge body pressed directly towards the natives. However, it is obvious that this is not the first time for those kings to deal with them. They quickly dodged away, and then took advantage of the bunker in the ruins to fight against the sandworms. Watching these natives fighting among the ruins and bunkers, Chu Jiang also touched his chin. The psychological quality of these soldiers is quite good, but unfortunately their fighting methods are still somewhat backward. However, as long as they are given enough sophisticated equipment, they can become excellent soldiers. Thinking of this, Chu Jiang also decided to help these Wang Luo. At the same time, he also decided to try to see if he could recruit these natives as his own soldiers. Just when Chu Jiang had just made his decision, the ground under his feet began to tremble slightly. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, many sandworms appeared in Chu Jiang's field of vision again. Sure enough, Lao Huang was right, these insects are social creatures. Once one appears, other sandworms are surely on their way. When the natives saw the number of sandworms far exceeding their own, they did not hesitate to take out a grenade from their arms and prepared to step forward and kill these sandworms together. Whoosh! At this moment, a laser also directly hit the sandworm in front of him. The sandworm's huge body was directly split in half by the laser fired from Chu Jiang's armor. Then, Chu Jiang waved his hand. As a strange wind blew by, many strange space warriors wearing black power armor appeared behind him. These strange space warriors wearing black power armor, holding bolt guns, also aimed at the sandworms. Bang! 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 Along with a series of gunshots, the sandworms were unable to withstand the impact of the shotguns. With just one round of shooting, half of the sandworms were killed. The natives also stopped what they were doing, and became obviously excited when they saw the cursed legion summoned by Chu Jiang. Immediately afterwards, these cursed legion soldiers also raised their bolters and launched another attack. Upon seeing this, the remaining sandworms also attacked towards the cursed legion. But the next second, two battle nuns stepped forward directly. The power sword flashed a cold light in the air, and the remaining sandworms were beheaded directly. A group of sandworms were killed by Chu Jiang just like that. At this time, the natives came directly to Chu Jiang and knelt down directly. Your Majesty the Emperor, it is really you. You really didn't give up on us, you really heard our prayers. Dear Your Majesty the Emperor, we are very sorry that we failed to defend your territory, which resulted in your territory being eroded by the Zerg. But please don't worry, we have found the location of the Zerg Mother Nest, and we will kill every Zerg without leaving a trace. Many natives also expressed their loyalty to Chu Jiang. Obviously, they have regarded Chu Jiang as the Emperor. Because now Chu Jiang not only possesses the Emperor's gene seed, but is also the current master of Holy Terra, not to mention he can also summon the Cursed Legion. The Cursed Legions are a special legion of Astartes who serve directly under the Emperor's command. Chu Jiang looked at the many indigenous people in front of him and told them sincerely. He is just an ordinary person who possesses the Emperor's gene seed, inherits the Holy Terra, and possesses one of the Emperor's powers. After listening to Chu Jiang's explanation, several natives also looked at each other. Finally, one of the natives was also a little confused. But don't these prove that you are the noble Emperor? Hearing this sentence, Chu Jiang was also speechless. It seems that now, unless the Real Emperor appears in front of him, there is really no difference between himself and the Emperor. At this time, one of the natives also spoke. Your Majesty the Emperor, please go to our underground city. Your people want to see you in person. We have lost contact with Holy Terra for too long, and many people even question your existence. But please don't worry, those heretics have been punished by us. I strangled him with my own hands. The Emperor's Majesty does not allow anyone to question it, not even ourselves. If at any point our loyalty is no longer pure, we will kill ourselves with the bayonets in our hands. Hearing these words, Chu Jiang couldn't help but sigh. The loyalty of these natives to the Emperor reached a level close to fanaticism. Chu Jiang also agreed to his request. After all, he also planned to see how these natives lived on this purgatory-like planet. When they came to the entrance of a bunker, Chu Jiang heard the original native shouting there before he entered. Everyone! His Majesty the Emperor has come to see us. As soon as these words came out, the entire bunker fell into a dead silence. Then, a sound of 0.0 ropes was heard coming from the depths of the bunker. Chu Jiang saw a large number of native people staring at Chu Jiang, as if they wanted to see a trace of the Emperor in Chu Jiang. Being looked at by so many eyes, Chu Jiang couldn't help but feel embarrassed. In the end, Chu Jiang couldn't resist the attention of everyone, so he had to release the psychic power in the Emperor's gene seed. The moment they saw the Emperor's spiritual power appear, everyone fell to their knees. I know that His Majesty the Emperor has never given up on us. Grandpa, have you seen it? His Majesty the Emperor came to see us. You are not wrong. His Majesty the Emperor has always protected us. Your Majesty, we are sinners, we allowed your territory to be defiled by the Zerg. We swear that we will fight to the last bit of our lives and drive these Zerg out of your territory. It's hard to imagine that the originally dead bunker was instantly filled with life because of Chu Jiang's arrival. This is the cohesion brought by the Emperor. Chu Jiang also looked at the natives in front of him and began to collect information. For Chu Jiang, these natives are eager to share all the secrets of their ancestors for 18 generations. This information is far clearer than what Huang told him. Even how many bunkers and population there are on this planet, Chu Jiang got the specific numbers from these natives. Finally, Chu Jiang also learned the name of this planet. This planet is called the Death World in the archives of Holy Terra. And this planet called the Death World is called Krieg. Chapter 77, The Emperor's territory cannot be tarnished in the slightest. Nuclear power insect nest. Dead World, Krieg. When Chu Jiang once again lit up the archives of the Dead World Krieg, Chu Jiang couldn't help but sigh. This planet is really, as the name suggests, an out-and-out world of death. Chu Jiang put away the data panel and looked at the many Krieg people. Later, Chu Jiang also said to one of the Krieg people, "Take me to see your residence." As soon as these words came out, the originally silent Kriegs also looked at each other. "Your Majesty, our residence is too filthy. It is a great honor for us to have you standing here. We do not want the filth of our residence to defile your holy body." It is obvious that these Kriegs have regarded the Emperor as a godlike existence. If the Emperor knew about this, he might feel helpless. He hopes that human beings can love themselves more and love the truth more. But in this desperate environment, the Kriegs have already regarded the Emperor as the god who saves them. This was contrary to the Emperor's ideals, but it was the Kriegs' only hope for survival. Chu Jiang said calmly, "Since this is the Emperor's territory, how can I dislike it?" Chapter 77, The Emperor's territory cannot be tarnished in the slightest. Nuclear hive. As soon as these words came out, many Kriegs also bowed their heads deeply. Yes, this is the Emperor's territory. Even the Emperor doesn't despise it, so what right do they have to despise this land? Many Kriegs moved out of the way, and 13 Chu Jiang also walked into the underground bunker. As it continues to penetrate deeper, Chu Jiang's armor also indicates that the radiation level is also declining rapidly. The existence of these bunkers also isolates a lot of radiation from the outside. When Chu Jiang arrived at this underground city, he couldn't help but be shocked by the sight in front of him. There are a large number of Kriegs throughout the underground city. However, these Kriegs looked indifferent and lifeless. It is hard to imagine that there are so many Kriegs living in such a huge underground city. However, they did not make a sound and sat silently doing their own things from beginning to end. Perhaps this is the daily life of the Kriegs. Just surviving in this purgatory-like land has consumed most of their energy. Chu Jiang continued to walk deeper into the underground city until their eyes fell on an arena. In the arena, several Krieg young men were fighting. But the fight between them can be described as deadly, bloody, and extremely brutal. At this time, Chu Jiang finally understood. Why did the Kriegs he saw remain calm when facing the attack of sandworms, and could even fight back? Under such wolf education, every adult Krieg will be a qualified warrior. Chu Jiang did not interfere with the Krieg's way of life, because he knew that it was precisely because of this way of life that the Krieg had survived on this planet for so many years. If you interfere rashly, it will cause the Kriegs to develop in a worse direction. After Chu Jiang visited the entire underground bunker, one of the Kriegs also said to Chu Jiang, "Please rest assured, His Majesty the Emperor, we have united with many Krieg cities and expect to launch an attack on the insect hive in 3 days. We will kill all the Zerg without leaving a trace, and we will never let them continue to pollute your territory. Please believe us, for the glory of the Emperor, we are willing to sacrifice everything, even our lives." Seeing the many Kriegs ready to make a move, Chu Jiang was sure. If he asked these Kriegs to capture the insect nest now, they would attack without hesitation. Even though they know this is a life-or-death battle. But Chu Jiang would not do it. The lives of these Kriegs should be placed in a more important place than sacrificing themselves in vain. For example, during the recovery of L's home planet. Thinking of this, Chu Jiang also said to one of the Kriegs, "Have you located the location of the insect nest now?" "Yes, Your Majesty. According to the information we have detected, there is a master-level insect mother in the insect nest. Moreover, this master-level insect mother is already vaguely about to transform into a king-level insect emperor." Once the insect mother transforms into a king-level insect emperor, it will have powerful combat capabilities. It will cost a lot to kill it. Among the Zerg class, after the king insect transforms into a mother insect, it can possess extremely high wisdom. But although the insect mother possesses extremely high intelligence and can command the swarms of insects, her own strength is extremely weak. Usually, a mother insect will have several king insects around her to protect her own safety. However, once the insect mother transforms into a king-level insect emperor, that will be a qualitative improvement. The king-level insect king will not only have extremely high intelligence, but his body will also have extremely powerful combat capabilities. According to rumors, a king-level insect king can annihilate an entire planet. Therefore, the insect mother is at its most vulnerable during the process of transforming into a monarch-level insect emperor. At this time, all the corpses will return to the defense to protect the insect mother. The reason why Krieg is so calm now is that except for a few sandworms, there is no trace of any Zerg at all. This is precisely because the insect mother is currently undergoing transformation. Therefore, many Kriegs in several Krieg cities are also preparing to take this opportunity to directly wipe out the insect nest. Now that all the Zerg are gathered together, it's a great time for them to take action. At this time, Chu Jiang also decided to help the Kriegs clear out the insect nest. Although these Kriegs have strong fighting capabilities, compared to the Zerg, they are still a bit underwhelming. If they want to completely eliminate the insect nest, they will definitely have to pay a very heavy price. For Chu Jiang, every Krieg is a sharp weapon on the future battlefield. If there are too many losses here, then the gains outweigh the losses. Therefore, at Chu Jiang's request, many Kriegs also took Chu Jiang to the direction of the insect nest. On the way, Chu Jiang also learned about the current situation of the Zerg on Krieg. What is certain is that this is the only insect nest that exists on the entire planet Krieg. Because once a second insect mother exists, the two insect mothers will definitely fight to devour each other. Once the opponent is devoured, the chance of evolving into a king-level emperor will be greater. But this insect mother never left the nest. In other words, apart from this insect mother, there is no other insect mother. Chu Jiang was relieved. As they got closer and closer to the insect nest, the surrounding environment became worse and worse. Warning, radiation levels are rising, please pay attention to protective mouth. At this moment, the armor's protection system also reminded Chu Jiang that the radiation value here was rising rapidly. What can cause this can only mean that there is a very large radiation source nearby. Chu Jiang is almost certain that this radiation source is the insect nest. Sure enough, the Zerg race can thrive no matter where it is. On such a harsh planet, apart from the tenacious Kriegs, only these neutrons can survive unharmed. With that said, Chu Jiang also came to the edge of a cliff. Standing here, Chu Jiang looked into the distance. He saw a huge insect nest towering into the clouds, and the distance also appeared in his field of vision. 983. This is not so much an insect nest as it is a giant tower. Various nuclear energy materials were used by the Zerg to build such a huge insect nest. Many Zerg feed on these nuclear wastes and use radiation as a source of energy. Now, they are no longer afraid of the erosion of radiation, and can even use this radiation to arm themselves. Chu Jiang took out a telescope and carefully observed the current situation of the insect nest. What he could see was that a large number of sandworms piled the collected nuclear waste at the bottom of the insect nest. Immediately afterwards, many Zerg transported nuclear waste to the Zerg nest. At this critical moment when the insect mother is still transforming, many Zerg races, except for the sandworms who are responsible for collecting supplies, are guarding the insect mother and never leave. After Chu Jiang observed a circle, he also put down the telescope in his hand. This is a bit tricky. He originally thought of using the sun bombardment of the Spear of Adun to directly blast the insect nest in front of him into ashes. But he never expected that this insect nest was completely made of a large amount of nuclear energy materials and nuclear waste. In other words, this insect nest itself is a super big Ivan. Looking at the huge insect nest towering like clouds, Chu Jiang was sure that if he used solar bombardment to detonate the insect nest now, then the impact of the insect nest explosion is enough to cover half of the Krieg star. It is hard to imagine what kind of horrific scene it would be if this land was once again enveloped by such a huge nuclear explosion. It seems that orbital bombing cannot be used to destroy these insect nests. At this time, the Krieg soldier next to him also took the initiative to ask for help. Your Majesty, please let me deal with these Zerg. Before he could continue, Chu Jiang interrupted him directly. Your battlefield is not here. To deal with these Zerg, Chu Jiang has better candidates. Chapter 78 Short Figure. Chu Jiang turned around and looked at the short figure following him, Xiaoying. Xiaoying, do you think you can deal with these Zerg? Chu Jiang asked. Xiaoying nodded slowly, his deep eyes revealing endless coldness. Your Majesty, I have a way, but it takes time and preparation. Chu Jiang took a deep breath and felt the increasing radiation in the air around him. Then, we will give you time. But please do it as soon as possible. Don't let the insect mother complete its transformation. Understood. Xiaoying responded. At this time, the Krieg soldiers following Chu Jiang looked around for possible invasion routes. One of the generals stepped forward and said to Chu Jiang, Your Majesty, we can help Mr. Xiaoying create a position that confuses the enemy, attracts the attention of the Zerg, and creates opportunities for it. Chu Jiang pondered for a moment and nodded, that's it. Under the command of Chu Jiang, the Krieg soldiers quickly formed two teams. One team was responsible for attracting the attention of the Zerg, while the other team was responsible for protecting Xiaoying. This area seems to have become a real battlefield. On the highly radioactive land, sand and dust are floating, and the figures of Krieg soldiers are moving quickly in the field of vision. At the bottom of the insect nest not far away, huge sandworms also became active, as if they had sensed something abnormal nearby. Chu Jiang stood on a small slope, his eyes fixed on the insect nest, while Xiaoying was quietly preparing next to him. Your Majesty, we can start. Xiaoying whispered. Chu Jiang nodded, and then gave the order into the microphone, start taking action. Immediately afterwards, a Krieg team launched a fierce attack on the insect nest with intensive artillery fire and beams, and huge noises and explosions shook the land. As expected, the sandworms began to pour out of the nest and rush towards the Krieg soldiers. The huge sandworm moved quickly on the sand, like an underground dragon. Under the pursuit of the Zerg, the Krieg team began to retreat, but their speed was deliberately slowed down to ensure that enough Zerg came out. At this time, Xiaoying started to act. He quickly approached the insect nest, and the team of Krieg soldiers following behind him tried their best to protect him and prevent any insect from getting close. Xiaoying's every step seemed determined. He took out a small device from his arms and quickly attached it to the surface of the insect nest. Then, he quickly retreated. When Chu Jiang saw this scene, he suddenly became nervous. He knew that this device was developed by Xiaoying himself and could produce special vibrations that could deal a fatal blow to the Zerg. When Xiaoying safely retreated to Chu Jiang, the device suddenly emitted a strong light. Immediately afterwards, the entire insect nest began to shake. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded. The entire land seemed to be shaking, huge explosions echoed in the area, the clouds were torn apart by shock waves, and the sky seemed to be swallowed up by the dazzling moment. Almost the next second after the vibration occurred, "Okay Zhao," a huge beam of light shot out from the insect nest and shot straight into the sky. Chu Jiang tightly grasped the rock beside him and squinted his eyes at the scene in front of him. Xiaoying, on the other hand, stood aside expressionlessly, as if everything was as expected. What is this? A Krieg soldier asked in horror. The insect mother's defense mechanism, another soldier guessed. Chu Jiang turned to look at Xiaoying. Is this your plan? Chapter 79 Yes, Your Majesty. Xiaoying nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. But this is just the beginning, the most critical moment is yet to come. As the light beam gradually weakened, large cracks began to appear on the periphery of the insect nest, and green liquid emerged from the cracks, which was obviously the blood of the insect race. Chu Jiang was stunned. Insect mother. She should still be alive. Xiaoying said. He stretched out his hand, and a small detector flew out of his palm and flew quickly towards the insect nest. The Krieg soldiers nervously observed the movements of the insect nest. They knew that the next battle was the most critical. If the insect mother is still alive, then she will lead the Zerg 037 to counterattack, and it will be a desperate battle. Chu Jiang turned his head and said to General Krieg on the side, "Get ready, the Emperor may be sacrificed in this battle." Why? The general said solemnly, "For the glory of the Emperor, we are willing to sacrifice everything." At this time, Xiaoying's detector was close to the center of the insect nest. The picture was transmitted to Chu Jiang's eyes, and he saw a huge green vesicle in the center of the insect nest, which was obviously the mother insect. Your Majesty, the insect mother is still alive, and... Xiaoying paused, with a trace of worry on his face. She is undergoing her final transformation. Chu Jiang's heart tightened. Then what should we do? Xiaoying pondered for a moment. I have a method, but I need your Majesty's help. Say. Chu Jiang asked nervously. We need a powerful energy source to interrupt her transformation. If successful, she will lose her life during the transformation. Xiaoying explained. Chu Jiang thought quickly for a moment. The core energy of L's home planet. We can use it. Xiaoying nodded. Exactly. So, the two took action quickly, and Chu Jiang ordered the Krieg soldiers to protect the area and prevent any Zerg from escaping. And he and Xiaoying began to prepare for the upcoming battle. Time passed quickly, and when the sun rose again, everything was ready. Chu Jiang and Xiaoying, dead, stood in front of the insect nest, each holding a sphere with blue light in their hands, which was the core energy of L's home planet. Chu Jiang took a deep breath, and then slowly walked towards the insect nest, every step appearing so determined. Xiaoying followed behind him, also without fear. Your Majesty, we need to place the core energy in the center of the insect hive to ensure that the energy can completely cover the entire insect hive. Xiaoying explained in a low voice. Chu Jiang nodded. I understand, but we need to ensure that the insect mother will not attack us when we place the core energy. At this time, a Krieg general stepped forward and bowed to Chu Jiang. Your Majesty, we can help you and Mr. Xiaoying go to the center of the insect nest. We have deployed a team around the insect nest to ensure your safety. Chu Jiang nodded gratefully. I'll spare your trouble. Subsequently, a group of Krieg soldiers followed Chu Jiang and Xiaoying, forming a tight defensive circle to ensure that they could successfully reach the center of the insect nest. Walking into the insect nest, both Chu Jiang and Xiaoying could feel the strong energy fluctuations around them. The air here is full of uneasiness, as if danger could happen at any time. Xiaoying held Chu Jiang's hand tightly. Your Majesty, we are almost there. The two walked to a huge cave, which emitted a strong green light. Chu Jiang knew that this was the place where Yumu was transforming. Previous chapter 80. Are you ready? Are you ready? Chu Jiang turned to look at Xiaoying. Xiaoying nodded with a serious expression. In just a few minutes, I will activate the core energy and then evacuate quickly. Chu Jiang took a deep breath, and then ordered the Krieg soldiers to prepare for battle. Under the guidance of Xiaoying, they began to head to the insect nest center. In the center of the insect nest, a huge green vesicle was suspended in the air, and something seemed to be slowly moving inside. Chu Jiang knew that it was the mother insect. Now! Xiaoying suddenly shouted, and he quickly threw the core energy towards Xiangpao. At this moment, the entire insect nest seemed to be still for a moment. Then, an intense blue light is emitted from the core energy source and hits the vesicle directly. A strong vibration immediately erupted in the center of the insect nest. Chu Jiang and Xiaoying quickly retreated, and the Krieg soldiers quickly formed a defense line to prepare for possible attacks. The shaking lasted for a while and then gradually subsided. But both Chu Jiang and Xiaoying knew that this was just the prelude to the storm. It seems that the insect mother has not been completely eliminated. Xiaoying whispered, we need more time. Chu Jiang's pupils shrank. He looked at the center of the insect nest and felt the strong aura coming from there. He asked deeply, Xiaoying, what are your plans? Xiaoying pondered for a moment and said, Your Majesty, although we have temporarily delayed the transformation of the insect mother, it does not mean that we have won. We need a stronger energy source or a perfect strategy. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the insect nest, shaking the entire insect nest. Then, hundreds of small sandworms poured out of the nest and rushed towards the Krieg soldiers like a torrent. The Krieg soldiers quickly formed a battle formation, and laser guns and beam cannons fired at the surging sandworms. Although they fought hard, some sandworms still broke through the line and attacked Chu Jiang and Xiaoying. A cold light flashed in Chu Jiang's eyes. He pulled out the long sword beside him, and fought side by side with Xiaoying to resist Shachi's attack. But there were too many sandworms, and soon they were surrounded by sandworms. Your Majesty, we need to retreat. Xiao Ying shouted in a low voice. Chu Jiang's eyes flashed with determination and he said, "No, we can't retreat. We must complete the mission." At this time, a Krieg general rushed over and shouted, "Your Majesty, leave quickly, I will break the rear." Chu Jiang's eyes showed gratitude, he nodded, and he and Xiao Ying rushed towards the exit of the insect nest. The Krieg soldiers firmly defended this area, although they knew that this might be their last battle. "Please give me flowers." While Chu Jiang and Xiao Ying were running, dozens of sandworms blocked their way ahead. At this time, Xiao Ying suddenly took out a strange device from his arms and pressed the button on the sandworm. In an instant, these sandworms seemed to be fixed in place, unable to move. Chu Jiang looked at Xiao Ying in surprise. "What is this?" Xiao Ying smiled slightly. "It's my newly developed freezing device, which can temporarily incapacitate sandworms." The two took the opportunity to break through the siege of sandworms, but new sandworms emerged from the insect nest in the distance, and the number was even greater than before. Chu Jiang and Xiao Ying seemed to be in the midst of an army of sandworms, with almost no hope. At this moment, a huge beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky, hitting the insect nest directly. Several Krieg fighter planes flew out of the beam and began to attack the sand. "It's the Krieg Air Force," Chu Jiang said happily. Xiao Ying looked solemn. "Your Majesty, although we have temporarily received support, we still need to find a way to completely eliminate the insect mother." Chu Jiang pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "I have a plan, but I need your help." Xiao Ying looked at Chu Jiang in confusion. "What plan, Pill?" Previous chapter Chapter 81 The Insect Nest Ahead. Chu Jiang stared closely at the insect nest ahead and took a deep breath. "We can use Krieg's technology and your freezing device to create a powerful energy field to interrupt the transformation process of the insect mother." Xiao Ying thought for a moment and said, "This is a bold plan, but how to ensure the stability and range of the energy field? I need your help to fuse your freezing device with our clan's core energy to create a 977 powerful and stable energy field." Chu Jiang's eyes flashed with determination. "We have no time. You can only gamble this time." Xiao Ying nodded and agreed. "We need to find a suitable location to ensure that the energy field can completely cover the entire insect nest." Chu Jiang pointed to the small slope ahead and said, "That's the highest point in this area and the best place to place it." The two quickly moved towards the high slope, but the sandworms seemed to be aware of their intentions and attacked them one after another. The Krieg Air Force kept releasing laser bombardments, trying to clear the sandworms in front, while Chu Jiang and Xiao Ying bought time. Reaching the top of the high slope, Xiao Ying quickly began to adjust the freezing device, while Chu Jiang began to activate the core energy source. "Your Majesty, I need a few minutes," Xiao Ying said nervously. "As soon as possible." Chu Jiang stared at the sandworms coming from ahead, feeling anxious. Time seems to pass very slowly, every second seems like a century. Finally, Xiao Ying completed the adjustment. He connected the freezing device with the core energy to form a flashing blue energy ball. "Ready, Your Majesty," Xiao Ying said loudly. Chu Jiang nodded, took a deep breath, and then threw the energy ball with all his strength into the center of the insect nest. The energy ball formed a huge energy field in the air, spreading to the entire insect nest. All the sandworms seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. But this situation did not last long. Strong fluctuations suddenly came from the center of the energy field. Then, a huge crack formed on the insect nest, as if something was trying to break free from it. Insect Mother. Chu Jiang's expression changed drastically. Xiao Ying looked at the crack nervously and said, "Our energy field seems to have affected her, but it is not enough to completely seal her. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger, and roars are coming from them, as if the insect mother is about to break free." Chu Jiang held the hilt of the sword tightly and said to Xiao Ying, "No matter what, we can't give up. We have to fight for the Krieg people until the last moment." Xiao Ying nodded, "I know." Suddenly, from the crack in the insect nest, a huge tentacle suddenly stretched out and rushed towards Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang grasped the hilt of the sword tightly, went forward and struck hard with the tentacles. The huge impact made it almost impossible for him to stand still, and he could only use the edge of his sword to cut off the tentacles. Seeing this, Xiao Ying quickly took out another device from his arms and shot out a beam of cold light, temporarily freezing the other approaching tentacle. "Your Majesty, we need to readjust our strategy," Xiao Ying shouted. 0.1 Chu Jiang dodged the attacks of the other two tentacles and shouted, "Krieg Air Force, attack the cracks in the insect nest with all your strength." The fighter planes in the sky responded to his order and began to concentrate their firepower on the crack. However, the insect mother's tentacles were like an endless sea, constantly pouring out of it one by one, and started a fierce battle with the Krieg soldiers and fighter planes. "We must seal the crack," Chu Jiang said urgently. Chapter 82 I have a way. Xiaoying nodded and said, "I have a way, but it requires your Majesty's cooperation." Chu Jiang replied without hesitation, "Say, as long as I can seal the crack, I am willing to pay any price." Xiaoying took a deep breath. "We can try to merge the remaining energy of the core energy with my freezing device to create a super large freezing field. But doing so may cause the core energy to be permanently damaged." Chu Jiang was silent briefly, and then said firmly, "Do it, for the future of the Krieg tribe, we cannot back down." The two acted quickly, and Xiaoying adjusted the device, connected it to the core energy source, and began to store energy. The battle between the sandworms, tentacles, and the Krieg soldiers and air force became more and more intense. The roars of the mother bugs came one after another, making the entire land tremble. "Ready!" Xiaoying shouted. Chu Jiang nodded and shouted, "All Krieg soldiers, retreat!" The soldiers retreated one after another, and Xiaoying activated the freezing device. A blue energy wave radiated from the device and spread rapidly, covering the entire insect nest and completely sealing the cracks. Chu Jiang and Xiaoying quickly retreated away from the powerful freezing field. The freezing field gradually stabilized, the entire nest was surrounded by cold blue light, and all the tentacles and sandworms became still. The two breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at each other, but the happy atmosphere did not last long. Because in the center of the insect nest, at the crack, there was suddenly a stronger vibration. The freezing field seems unable to completely block the power of the insect mother. As the shaking became stronger, the cracks began to expand. Chu Jiang and Xiaoying's expressions changed greatly, knowing that they were about to face a more dangerous battle. From the crack, a huge shadow began to appear. It was an existence called the insect mother, and her true form was about to appear. Chu Jiang and Xiaoying stood on the high slope, staring at the gradually expanding cracks, their faces filled with determination and unyielding. Chu Jiang tightened the sword in his hand and asked softly, "Xiaoying, is there anything else you can do?" Xiaoying was silent for a moment and replied, "My freezing device has used most of its energy, but I still have a secret weapon. But it takes time to use it." Chu Jiang nodded, "Okay, as long as there is an opportunity, we will fight for it." In the crack, a huge eye with a green halo began to appear. Those eyes were full of anger and hatred, as if resenting these two beings who dared to challenge her. Krieg fighters in the sky continued to bombard the cracks, trying to delay the rise of the insect mother, but she seemed unaffected, and the cracks continued to expand. Chu Jiang raised his sword and shouted loudly, "All Krieg soldiers, listen to my orders and prepare to fight." The 913 soldiers raised their weapons one after another. Although there was fear on their faces, their eyes were more determined. Xiaoying began to adjust his device, trying to detonate the remaining energy and create a huge explosion to stop the mother insect's attack. Chu Jiang walked to Xiaoying and whispered, "I believe you, well done." Xiaoying smiled slightly, "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty." The insect mother in the crack had partially exposed her body, and huge tentacles struggled out one after another, trying to attack the two of them. Chu Jiang brandished his long sword and fought bravely with the tentacles. At the same time, the Krieg soldiers were not to be outdone and launched a desperate fight with the tentacles. Chapter 83 In Danger. Seeing that Chu Jiang was in danger, Xiaoying immediately took out a small explosive from the device and quickly threw it at the insect mother. The explosive exploded, producing a bright fire that instantly illuminated the entire insect nest. But this was only temporary. The insect mother didn't seem to be harmed much, and her tentacles were still attacking Chu Jiang and Xiaoying crazily. Suddenly, a huge laser appeared in the sky, shooting directly at the insect mother. That was the large warship of the Krieg tribe, and they had already arrived at the battlefield. Chu Jiang said happily, "Xiaoying, we have a chance." Xiaoying nodded, "But we still have to be careful and cannot take it lightly." The large battleship continued to release lasers, suppressing the insect mother. The insect mother roared angrily, as if she knew that she was trapped. Chu Jiang held Xiaoying's hand tightly and whispered, "This is our chance, Xiaoying, let's work together to give the insect mother the final blow." Xiaoying nodded firmly, "Okay, Your Majesty." Why? The two prepared to join forces to launch the final attack, but the insect mother seemed to be aware of their intentions. Suddenly, the insect mother's tentacles began to pour out of the cracks at an incredible speed. The ends of these tentacles had sharp spines. They not only attacked Chu Jiang and Xiaoying, but also involved the Krieg soldiers one by one, trying to drag them deep into the nest. Chu Jiang and Xiaoying were immediately entangled by several tentacles, and could only rely on each other's strength to resist the attack of the insect mother. Chu Jiang shouted, "The Kriegs will resist with me." The roar of the insect mother became louder and louder, and the whole earth was shaking. In the sky, Krieg's large battleships continuously fired lasers, trying to break the shackles of these tentacles, but every time one tentacle was cut off, more tentacles would pour out from the cracks. Xiaoying said nervously, "Your Majesty, we must find a way to seal this crack, otherwise the insect mother will completely break free soon." Chu Jiang gritted his teeth and said, "What's the plan?" After Xiaoying thought for a moment, he replied, "We can try to use the special weapons of the Krieg tribe, but this requires your authorization." Chu Jiang replied without hesitation, "You are authorized to pay any price as long as you can stop the insect mother." Xiaoying quickly took out a communicator from the equipment and established contact with the Krieg battleship. He conveyed Chu Jiang's authorization to the commander on the battleship, requesting the launch of the Krieg's special weapons. Xiaoying, is this weapon really effective? Chu Jiang asked nervously. Xiaoying replied, "At least, it can buy us more time." Commander Krieg on the battleship heard Xiaoying's request. He took a deep breath and issued the same command to other ships. Soon, bright tracks appeared in the sky, and they flew towards the insect nest at a dizzying speed. These trajectories are special missiles of the Krieg tribe, and they carry powerful explosive energy. When the missile came into contact with the cracks in the insect nest, a series of violent explosions occurred. A large amount of smoke and dust obscured the entire battlefield, making it temporarily impossible for Chu Jiang and Xiaoying to see clearly the surrounding situation. But as the wind gradually blew away the smoke, the two were able to see the current status of the cracks in the insect nest. Although the crack was not completely closed, it was obvious that the missile attack had a certain effect, and the number of tentacles was significantly reduced. Chapter 84. We have a chance. This gives us a chance. Chu Jiang said happily. Xiaoying nodded, "Yes, Your Majesty. But we can't let down our guard yet, this is only temporary." At this moment, the green halo in the cracks of the insect nest suddenly became brighter. The two immediately realized that this was a sign that the insect mother was going to take some kind of action. From the cracks, a series of complex rhythms and sounds began to appear, which seemed to be some kind of primitive and unknown language. Every note resonated with the earth, and the surrounding sand was shaken to fly, forming small whirlwinds. "What is that?" Chu Jiang asked 670 with a frown. Xiaoying shook his head, "I have never heard of it, but we should be careful. This may be some kind of ritual performed by the mother." "Why?" Chu Jiang clenched his sword and stood next to Xiaoying, preparing to face the coming threat. The land in front of the crack began to deform, and a large number of sandworms emerged from the cracked ground, and they rushed towards the two of them. But at the same time, from the depths of the crack, a huge figure began to appear, which was the head of the insect mother, and she was slowly lifting up. "We are going to be surrounded," Xiaoying warned. Chu Jiang said urgently, "We need, BDDB, to find a favorable defensive position, quickly." The two quickly moved behind a huge rock, taking advantage of its cover to prepare to resist the sandworm's attack. Krieg soldiers and fighter planes also began to gather, preparing for a desperate fight with the sandworms. The insect mother's body gradually emerged from the cracks, and her every movement was accompanied by the vibration of the earth. Anger and hatred were revealed in her eyes as she stared at Chu Jiang and Xiaoying. "She is communicating with us," Xiaoying said. "Her mind is different from other sandworms, more advanced and complex." Chu Jiang asked nervously, "Can you understand what she means?" Xiaoying shook her head, "Not completely, but I can feel her anger and hatred." Suddenly, the mother insect let out a deafening roar, and then the sandworms began to attack the two more fiercely. The large battleships of the Krieg clan fired lasers one after another and launched a fierce battle with the sandworms, but the number of sandworms seemed endless. We need a new strategy, Xiaoying said eagerly. A thought suddenly appeared in Chu Jiang's mind. Xiaoying, you said you still have a secret weapon, right? Xiaoying nodded. Yes, but its energy is limited and it takes time to prepare. Chu Jiang looked at Xiaoying seriously. Now is the time to use it. Xiaoying quickly took out an ancient-looking device from his equipment. It seemed to be related to his freezing device, but it was more complicated. What is this? Chu Jiang asked. Xiaoying replied, this is a weapon passed down from generation to generation in my family. It is said to have the power to free space. But I have never tested it and I don't know how effective it is. Chu Jiang was silent for a moment. We have no other choice, let's give it a try. Xiaoying nodded and started to activate the device. The surrounding air seemed to start to solidify, and time seemed to slow down at this moment. The sandworm's attack also slowed down, and the tentacles of the mother insect began to lose vitality. Xiaoying's family weapon seems to be working. Xiaoying concentrated on manipulating the ancient instrument, while Chu Jiang continued to use this brief opportunity to cooperate with the Krieg soldiers to counterattack the sandworms and mother insects. Chapter 85. How long can this thing last? Xiaoying. Chu Jiang shouted, how long can this thing last? Xiaoying replied nervously, I don't know, I've never used it before, but we can't expect it to last too long. We have to make a plan as soon as possible. While the two were discussing, the insect mother suddenly let out a sharp cry, and new tentacles emerged from the cracks. These tentacles were obviously stronger and more powerful than the previous ones. Chu Jiang said nervously, she is adapting to this environment, we need to speed up. Xiaoying nodded, Your Majesty, we can try to detonate those special missiles of the Krieg tribe and combine them with my weapons to create an explosion big enough to seal this crack. Chu Jiang thought quickly and then said, okay, let's try it. The two quickly contacted the large battleship of the Krieg tribe and asked them to cooperate. The commander of the fleet responded, we are ready for you and just waiting for your order. Chu Jiang took a deep breath and said, let it go. Following his order, bright tracks flew down from the sky again, aiming directly at the cracks in the insect nest. At the same time, Xiaoying activated his weapon with all his strength, further freezing the space around the crack. When the missile came into contact with the crack, a series of cosmic explosions occurred. The entire battlefield was once again shrouded in thick smoke and dust, and a huge shock wave blew away the surrounding sand, as if the whole world was shaking. Chu Jiang and Xiaoying were staggered by the shock wave, but they held on to each other tightly and faced the catastrophe together. After a long time, when the smoke dissipated, Chu Jiang and Xiaoying were able to see the true situation of the battlefield. The crack seems to have been completely sealed, but other parts of the nest are still active, and many sandworms are still raging around. But at the same time, Krieg soldiers and fighter planes were also fighting back, and the scene was very fierce. We succeeded. Xiaoying gasped. Chu Jiang held Xiaoying's hand tightly. Yes, but the battle is not over yet. We must completely eliminate these threats. At this moment, a Krieg soldier ran over with a nervous expression on his face. Your Majesty, our detector found that there are even greater energy fluctuations deep in the insect nest. There may be a greater threat on the horizon. Chu Jiang and Xiaoying looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Xiaoying took a deep breath. It seems that our battle is far from over. Chu Jiang gritted his teeth and looked firmly. Tell me how big the threat is this time. The Krieg soldier replied, we're not sure, but it could be an insect mother whose fluctuations are far greater than before. Then we have to prepare for the worst. Xiaoying said. Chu Jiang frowned nervously. We must learn more about this new threat as soon as possible. Xiaoying nodded. I will contact the detection team immediately. I hope they can bring us more information. While Xiaoying was in contact with the exploration team, Chu Jiang commanded the Krieg soldiers and fighter planes and began to prepare for the second wave of attacks on the insect nest. He knows that this battle may be more difficult, but they must win. Please give me flowers, 0. Soon after, Xiaoying received a response from the exploration team. Your Majesty, we discovered that a huge creature is awakening deep in the insect nest. Its size is far larger than the insect mother. It seems to be the true ruler of the insect nest. Chu Jiang's heart sank. Then how should we deal with it? Xiaoying replied, "We need more firepower, and we must ensure that every blow hits the vital point. Otherwise, this creature may cause a devastating blow to us." 0. Chu Jiang took a deep breath, preparing for a large-scale attack. "We can't let it fully wake up." Following Chu Jiang's order, the Kriegs began to mobilize all resources to carry out large-scale weapon upgrades and supplies. The fleet's fighter planes and missiles also began to prepare for the upcoming war. But just as they were preparing, a thundering roar suddenly came from the depths of the insect nest, and then a huge figure slowly emerged from the crack. Its size was 10 times that of the insect mother, and it exuded a strong green light. "That's..." Xiaoying stared at the huge figure in stunned silence. Chu Jiang held the sword hilt tightly. "Insect King." With the appearance of the Insect King, sandworms and other small creatures began to flee, as if they were also afraid of this powerful existence. Chu Jiang said calmly, "Everyone, prepare to attack Jin." Chapter 86 Large Battleship. The large warships and fighter planes of the Krieg clan fired missiles and lasers at the Insect King, trying to deal a fatal blow to it. But all this seemed to have no effect on the Insect King. It just moved slowly, as if admiring this spectacular fireworks. "Its defense is too strong," a Krieg commander shouted through the communicator. Chu Jiang's eyes were fixed on the Insect King. "We need to find its weakness." 347 Xiaoying quickly searched for information in the equipment. He found some records about the Insect King, but most of them were legends and myths. There is an ancient legend that mentions the Insect King's heart is its weak point. "We need to hit its heart," Xiaoying shouted. Chu Jiang quickly issued an order: "Concentrate firepower and attack its chest." The Krieg's firepower regrouped, and although their attacks were still difficult to cause real damage to the Insect King, those lasers and missiles finally found their targets and gradually began to pose a threat to the Insect King. However, when they thought the situation was beginning to turn favorable, the Insect King suddenly let out a deafening roar, and then it began to release a strong green light, shooting straight into the sky. In the light, a huge insect egg was suspended in the air. It seemed to be prepared by the Insect King for his future. Xiaoying said in shock, "That is, the descendant of the Insect King. If it hatches, we will face a greater threat." Chu Jiang said coldly, "Then don't let it hatch." At the same time, the Krieg commander also realized this new threat: "We must destroy the egg first." Chu Jiang and Xiaoying quickly planned a new plan. They decided to use the Krieg clan's secret weapon, a powerful beam cannon, to destroy the insect eggs. Xiaoying quickly contacted the fleet and asked them to prepare the beam cannon. The commander of the fleet immediately agreed and began preparations for the launch. But the Insect King obviously would not let them succeed so easily. It let out a sharp roar again, and at the same time, a large number of tentacles shot out from its body, trying to stop the Krieg tribe's attack. Chu Jiang and Xiaoying were trapped by several of the tentacles, and the situation became extremely dangerous. Xiaoying said eagerly, "Chu Jiang, we must act as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too late." Chu Jiang struggled to be released from the tentacles, and then said to Xiaoying, "I will do my best for you to complete our mission." Xiaoying nodded, quickly started the jet device in his equipment, and flew towards the insect egg. Chu Jiang pierced the tentacles wrapped around him with his sword and shouted to the fleet, "Launch." The fleet's beam cannon quickly focused, forming a beam of bright white light and heading straight for the insect egg. At this time, Xiaoying is close to the insect egg, and he is preparing to use the family's artifact to enhance the power of the Kokyo cannon. The Insect King is obviously aware of this huge threat from the fleet. It uses more tentacles to block the insect eggs in an attempt to protect its 5.1 generation. However, the beam cannon is so powerful that the tentacles are penetrated almost instantly. When Xiaoying approached the egg, he took out a special energy bomb from his equipment. He planned to release it at the moment when the beam cannon hit the egg to ensure the complete destruction of the egg. The space around the egg suddenly produced a strong suction force, trying to suck Xiaoying into it. He steadied himself hard, held the energy bomb tightly, and prepared to throw it. Previous chapter 87 Soldiers. Chu Jiang fought with other soldiers on the ground against sandworms and tentacles, but his eyes were always focused on the small shadow in the sky. Seeing Xiaoying's situation, he called anxiously, "Xiaoying, hold on. You must succeed." Xiaoying took a deep breath, and then threw the energy bomb with all his strength. At this moment, the beam cannon's attack also hit the insect eggs. The entire battlefield seemed to be surrounded by white light, and the strong energy shock wave pushed all creatures away, including the insect king. When the light gradually dissipated, Chu Jiang and other soldiers were shocked to see that the insect eggs had not been completely destroyed, but the surface was already covered with cracks. Xiaoying was also repelled by the shock wave. His equipment was seriously damaged and his body appeared very weak. Chu Jiang quickly rushed to Xiaoying, helped him up, and asked, "Are you okay?" Xiaoying smiled slightly, "It's just some skin injuries, I'm fine." The two looked back at the sky. The insect king looked even more angry, and it let out an even more shocking roar. A green liquid began to leak out from the cracks in the egg, which was obviously the substance inside the egg. Chu Jiang said nervously, "We must act again. The eggs appear to be damaged, but they are not completely destroyed." Xiaoying nodded, "We need more firepower." At this time, a Krieg scientist rushed over and said to Chu Jiang, "Your Majesty, we may have a way to increase the power of the beam cannon, but it will take some time." Chu Jiang frowned, "We don't have much time, but please hurry up." The scientist nodded, "I understand, and I will do my best." The battle continued, and the insect king seemed even more crazy. It began to attack the Krieg fleet, and the sandworms and tentacles also became more violent. Xiaoying looked at Chu Jiang and said, "We must make a decision as soon as possible." Chu Jiang took a deep breath, "I know, we can't wait any longer." Chu Jiang commanded the Krieg soldiers to form a formation, preparing to surround the insect king. He turned to Xiaoying and said, "If we want to defeat it, we must go all out." Xiaoying quickly checked his equipment, and then nodded, "Yes, we not only need to stop it, but also ensure that the eggs will not hatch." The insect king has begun to launch a fierce attack on the Krieg fleet. Its powerful tentacles are like the scythe of death, destroying many warships in a swing. Sandworms also join the fight. They are like crazy storms, rampaging on the battlefield. Chu Jiang held the weapon in his hand tightly and said to Xiaoying, "We must split up. I will lead the Krieg soldiers to deal with the sandworms, and you will stop the insect king." 21. Xiaoying quickly took off and rushed towards the insect king. The family weapon in his hand emitted a cold blue light, preparing to confront this powerful enemy again. Chu Jiang led 700 Legai soldiers to form a defensive circle. They used lasers and missiles to deal with the rushing sandworms. But the number of sandworms was so great that even the Krieg soldiers began to feel the pressure. Suddenly, the insect king's roar sounded again, and at the same time, a huge aperture was released from its body and headed straight for Xiaoying. Xiaoying tried to dodge, but the speed of the aperture was too fast, and he was enveloped by the energy in it. When the aperture dissipated, Xiaoying seemed to have completely lost his fighting ability. His body continued to fall until he fell into the desert. When Chu Jiang saw this scene, a trace of despair flashed in his eyes, but he quickly cheered up. Chapter 88 Save Xiaoying. He decided to save Xiaoying no matter what. He shouted to the Krieg soldiers, "We must attack the insect king's chest, that is its weak point." At the same time, the Krieg scientist finally completed the upgrade of the beam cannon. He said to Chu Jiang, "Your Majesty, the beam cannon is ready." Chu Jiang quickly responded, "Launch." A powerful beam of light was launched from the fleet and headed straight for the insect king. This time, the power of the beam cannon was obviously much enhanced, and it successfully penetrated the insect king's defense. The insect king roared in pain, and its body began to vibrate continuously, as if it had received a huge blow. But at this moment, the huge insect egg began to change. There were more and more cracks on the surface, as if it would break at any time. Both Chu Jiang and the Krieg soldiers realized that once the eggs hatched, they would face a more powerful enemy. Chu Jiang made an instant decision, turned around and gave an order to a technical consultant beside him, "You lead a part of the technical team to immediately study how to prevent the hatching process of insect eggs." The technical advisor responded, "As you command, Your Majesty." At the same time, although Xiaoying was injured, he did not give up. He struggled to get up, activated the self-healing function of the equipment and said to Chu Jiang, "I will find other ways to attack the heart of the insect king." Chu Jiang nodded, "Proceed with caution, Xiaoying." Xiaoying left quickly. His destination was the Krieg tribe's library. There he hopes to find more information about the insect king. On the battlefield, the attacks of sandworms and tentacles became more ferocious. Chu Jiang directed the soldiers to stabilize their position and at the same time ordered, transfer the reserve energy to the defensive cover. At this time, the scientist suddenly ran over, holding a small device with flashing blue light in his hand. Your Majesty, we have just developed this. It can temporarily store and amplify the energy of the beam cannon, but it can only be used once. Chu Jiang nodded. Just use it to kill him with one hit. Xiaoying searched quickly in the library, knowing that time was tight. When he found an ancient book that mentioned the body structure of the Insect King, he was shocked. It turns out that the heart of the Insect King is made of a rare mineral called insect stone, and this mineral is particularly sensitive to the cold. He quickly contacted Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang, I found the weakness of the Insect King. We need to create extremely low temperatures. Chu Jiang thought for a moment and then said, okay, we have liquid nitrogen here, you can try it. The battle on the battlefield has entered a fever pitch. Chu Jiang and his soldiers tried their best to fight against the Insect King, and at the same time prepared for the attack of liquid nitrogen. Suddenly, the crack on the insect egg expanded, and with a shocking sound, a huge, green creature squeezed out of the insect egg. It looked similar to the Insect King, but was bigger in size. Chu Jiang looked at this scene and took a deep breath. It seems we don't have much time. Xiaoying also returned to the battlefield. He brought a set of specially made liquid nitrogen ammunition and prepared to launch a freezing attack on the Insect King. Chu Jiang said to Xiaoying, we only have one chance, we must succeed. Xiaoying nodded, and he and Chu Jiang quietly approached the Insect King. When they got close enough, Xiaoying quickly threw liquid nitrogen ammunition. The huge cold instantly enveloped the Insect King, and its body began to solidify. Chu Jiang followed closely and activated the small blue light device, doubling the power of the beam cannon and, going straight to the heart of the Insect King. Chapter 89 Roar of Pain. The Insect King roared in pain, and the entire battlefield was shaken. The sand and dust were flying, and almost all the Krieg warships stopped launching, and all eyes were focused on the shaking Insect King. The creature that once seemed invincible now seemed to be fighting death. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes, knowing that this victory was hard-won. He turned to the soldiers beside him and said, prepare the second wave of attacks. If there is any change in the Insect King, launch it immediately. The soldiers acted quickly, but they also knew that although the situation at this moment was favorable to them, everything was still unknown. Xiaoying has already flown to Chu Jiang's side. The equipment on his body is still emitting blue smoke. It seems that the attack just now consumed him a lot. Chu Jiang, we can't take it lightly, the insect egg creature is still there. Chu Jiang nodded, I know, we must find 660 ways to completely destroy it. At the same time, the Krieg scientist appeared again. His face was pale, and he had obviously stayed up late for research. Your Majesty, we have discovered the weakness of the insect egg creature. Its life energy core is different from that of the Insect King, but it also has a flaw. Chu Jiang asked nervously, what is that? The scientist answered, sound waves. We can attack it with sound waves of specific frequencies to make it incapacitated. Xiaoying said quickly, then we should act as soon as possible, before the Insect King can't support it now. Chu Jiang nodded, prepare the sonic weapon immediately and launch an attack. The Krieg fleet moved quickly, and a huge sound wave transmitter was adjusted to the appropriate position. A few minutes later, a deafening sound echoed on the battlefield, which was a sound wave attack of a specific frequency. The insect egg creature was affected by the sound wave and began to twist its body in pain, as if trying to resist. However, the influence of the sound waves became more and more obvious, and the creature gradually slowed down its movements, and finally stopped completely. Chu Jiang exhaled a long breath, knowing that this battle had entered the final decisive stage. Xiaoying said, Chu Jiang, I will go in and make sure it has lost its vitality. Chu Jiang quickly stopped him, it's too dangerous, we are not sure about the internal situation yet. BDBJ, Xiaoying said firmly, I have to do this for the Krieg clan. Chu Jiang looked into Xiaoying's eyes, which showed unwavering determination. He nodded, be careful, we are all waiting for you to come back. Xiaoying slowly flew towards the no longer active creature. When he entered its body, a cold feeling surrounded him, but he did not stop. He wants to find the core of life energy and completely destroy it. Chu Jiang waited anxiously outside, and every second seemed like a century. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded. The dust was blown up into the air, as if the sky was dyed yellow. Chu Jiang stared at the explosion area nervously, hoping that Xiaoying would be safe. The entire battlefield was silent, with only the sound of the wind blowing through the sand. The huge cloud caused by the explosion gradually dispersed, revealing the central scene. The small shadow has disappeared, replaced by a huge crack, from which a faint blue light emanates. Chu Jiang's breathing was rapid, and he rushed towards the crack, followed by several soldiers. Their steps seemed to tell everyone around them that they must find Xiaoying as soon as possible. Chapter 90. Blue light emanates from it. The crack was bottomless, and blue light emanated from it, as if some powerful energy was flowing through it. Chu Jiang clenched his fists and said to a soldier, "Bring the detector." The soldier quickly handed him a small device. Chu Jiang opened it and a series of data was displayed on the screen. His heartbeat quickened. The life signal is still there. Xiaoying's voice suddenly came from the depths of the crack, a little faint. "Chu Jiang, I'm here, hurry up." Chu Jiang responded loudly, "Xiaoying, just wait, I will definitely rescue you." He immediately ordered, "Everyone, start the rescue operation. We must rescue Xiaoying before nightfall." The Krieg soldiers acted quickly. They began to build temporary rescue equipment and prepared to go down to the depths of the crack. At the same time, some technicians began to study the blue light at the bottom of the crack, trying to find the source of the energy. Time passes quickly, the sun has begun to set, and night is gradually falling. Chu Jiang stood on the edge of the crack, waiting anxiously. Every second seemed as long as a year. Suddenly, the cable of the rescue equipment began to rise, and Chu Jiang's heart beat faster. When Xiaoying was pulled out of the crack by the soldiers, the entire battlefield boiled, and the soldiers cheered. They succeeded. Although Xiaoying looked pale, he still stood up as strong as possible. He looked at Chu Jiang and smiled slightly. "Thank you." Chu Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and patted Xiaoying on the shoulder. "You scared me too, we still have a lot to do." However, when they returned to the center of the battlefield again, they found that the situation was not optimistic. The Krieg scientist walked over with a solemn expression, holding an instrument in his hand that displayed some kind of data. Chu Jiang asked nervously, "What's wrong?" The scientist responded, "Your Majesty, that crack is not simple. It is not only connected to an unknown space, but also has powerful energy flowing in it. We are worried that if it is not closed, it may bring about a greater crisis." Chu Jiang's eyes became serious. "This is not just a crack, but a portal to another space." The scientist nodded, "Yes, Your Majesty, we are worried that there are more unknown creatures here. If it is not sealed, they may invade our world." Xiaoying's eyes flashed with thought. "Can we use that crack to do the opposite, break into the unknown space, and directly eradicate the root?" Chu Jiang frowned. "This is a risky proposal, but it is also a solution to the problem. But before that, we need more information." He turned to the scientist. "Can you use a detector to analyze the environment on the other side of the rift? Please give me flowers." The scientist was silent for a moment, and then said, "We can try, but it will take time." "Okay, then act as soon as possible," Chu Jiang ordered. A few hours passed, and the Krieg soldiers nervously guarded the crack to prevent any emergencies. The scientist and his team have been working, adjusting their instruments and trying to probe the depths of the crack. It was late at night, and most of the soldiers sat down to rest. Only a small number of people were on guard duty. Suddenly, the indicator light on the detector started flashing and making a sharp chirping sound. The scientist looked at the screen nervously, his face gradually turning pale. Chu Jiang came over. "What's wrong?" The scientist swallowed his saliva. "We have discovered life signals, and there are a huge number of them." Xiaoying immediately became alert. "Is it an enemy?" The scientist shook his head. "It's not certain yet, but the environment we detected over there is very similar to our world, and there may be intelligent life." Chu Jiang's eyes were firm. "Whether it is an enemy or a friend, we must be prepared." He ordered, "Strengthen vigilance and prepare weapons." Then, he turned to Xiaoying. "We need to enter that space and explore everything there." Xiaoying nodded. "I'll be ready at any time."